Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you people here. Long time no see, especially for the YouTube crowd. And I hear myself twice in the background. The question is why? He returns, yeah, I'm still there. Nice to see you, Diabolical Fan, and also Mart, Windenust. The only true Rich King, nice to see you as well. Only thing I still haven't figured out where the sound is leaking. Where could be the window? Probably I have a lot of window. Ah, this is a window that I found it. I found it, chat. Okay, I think we are kind of good to go. That have to be closed. Okay. I'm slowly getting the hang of it. Test. Yeah, Rosemary, I can read you also on the English Twitch chat if you prefer to watch there. So we're streaming to my German Twitch chat, but in English, obviously. Welcome to the German viewers. Today's stream will be in English. I stream to the YouTube main channel, and I also stream it to the English Twitch channel. So 3 streams at the same time. Hope everything works. Yes, I can read your second test as well on the English Twitch stream. Well, live streams welcome surprise. Welcome, Crafty Spirit. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that I let you down for quite some time. But I made the mistake of starting to stream in German, and then it took kind of over, and I'm doing that a lot. It's a lot of fun streaming your native language, I found out. And still haven't figured out a good way to find a balance between streaming in English here, doing lore, maybe lore content, doing my German stuff, doing English games content. Just days, it's just too little hours. And from my perspective, it was like last time I did something on the main channel was like maybe a month ago or something. Look, it's like half a year, so it's really depressing in a way. Okay. I got this, Rosemary. I got you. I can definitely see your message. Promise I can't show you a message on stream, but yeah, it's complicated. So there are multiple chats. I can only show you one chat, which is currently the YouTube chat. Because, yeah, why not? Do you mind scrolling to the bottom of the chat so I can see my own message? No, your messages, you would have to watch over YouTube and write there, Rosemary, too. So that people can see. I don't have a super chat that combines all 3 chats. Yeah, we might look into it. We have to, first of all, we have to decide how we start. Like, I have obviously a late game save file. I got review copy. That's also a little disclaimer I should do right at the start. You see, I have like 19 hours in the game, around about 20 hours. That should be close to the end of the story. So we have some selection. Rosemary, so also some people are also playing, so they don't want to get spoiled. Hey, too nice to see you as well. So you can to the people on the Twitch channel called TPhGames. You can write in German. I will answer in English though. Let's just derail the thing. Yeah, exactly. So I got a review code for this, which surprised me greatly. I got contacted by the PR agency that is... Welcome, Rosemary. In this chat, though, you have to write in English. But... It's me, Rosemary. Nice to see you. So where was I? Yeah, the PR agency that works with the publisher of Tales of the Shire. Which I'm actually not sure who the publisher is. It should be Warner Bros. Tales of the Shire. No, it's private division, of course. That's the unusual part of it. It's private division, which was formerly part of what is this company called? The big one, where all the Rockstar is part of. To Take-Two Interactive. I think they sold it though. Oh, well, it doesn't matter too much. It's by private division. I think they're not part of Take-Two anymore. Whatever. I English very well. I know. I noticed. So they contacted me and offered me a review code and put under the acceptance of an embargo, which went out yesterday. So what if my original plan was to do the stream and do the review yesterday, but it became over 20 minutes, so it needed more time. I definitely wanted to play a bit more. So I really tried to get through the complete game in the time, but I could not fully make it. It was not enough time simply there. Even though I have a few days head start to people who just have to buy it. So I got the review code for free there, just as a disclaimer so people know. And yeah, looked into the game. It's, like I said in the review already, it's not my kind of game. I'm usually not playing these kind of cozy games, so... But I think it's a good opportunity to kind of revive a little bit the lore channel, the main channel, and have a live stream here. And it's a good opportunity. So if you want to know my exact thoughts on things, check my review. If you interested in the lore stuff, we might look into some of the lore stuff here today. I haven't had time to watch the review yet. Okay. Don't worry too much. We talked a bit during the other live stream about it. So, where was I, chat? That's a good question. Yeah, well, how do we want to start? My map time head. Yeah, potentially for map time I have to switch my scene collection, which could crash OBS, so there might be some technical issues, but it's complicated. TPhGames, nice to see you. No warning, I watched your review video and was pretty shocked about the performance with these graphics and target audience. It should run on laptops. Yeah, it definitely, I agree with you. Like the performance, like I can show you. Can I show it to you? I'm not sure. In theory I can, it's just a bit complicated. You don't see the FPS counter, of course. So to be fair, I'm also streaming right now, which always eats a little bit performance. I just have to tell my OBS to capture Steam stuff, right, chat? Game capture. So yeah, this is was my biggest criticism, that the game does not run too well. So now I see a little FPS counter on top. You see it hits 60. I limited it to 60 because I need a little bit power to stream. But it would go maybe 63, 65, something like that. And if we go in settings, video, I play at 4K resolution. And you see FSR3 is available. It's the only option, no daily LSS. And yeah, the upscale quality is performance, which basically means at 4K resolution this should be around about 1080p native. The resolution is rendered, or the image that we see here is rendered at 1080p, and then upscale to 4K using this method here. It works fairly well, to be honest. So usually the best would be quality. Usually better. There's also option ultra quality. That's an FSR thing. Balance comes that thing in between. Performance, pretty borderline okayish, and ultra performance you definitely notice here, because then it's 720p native resolution that is rendered upscale to 4K. There you notice some artifacts and problems. So performance here, FSR3 performance worked fairly well. However, on my computer, to be fair, I would expect a frame rate of, let's say, 120 FPS or something like that. I was a bit shocked that it ran so poorly. I can maybe show you also my thing here, the lows might a bit off here. They're definitely not correct, currently not measuring, but you see. Oh, okay, I can maybe deactivate the let's put it maybe to 80 or something. So here in the main menu, it now runs at 80. Well, let's load into the game. It's potentially the smartest thing I can do. Let's take a very early save file here. Can maybe create also a new character if you like. We have to still decide what I want to show you people. So you see, I hit something between 60 and 70 FPS here, so it's kind of comparable to when we play with a controller. It's potentially a bit smoother. It does not look bad, to be honest. Like, I like the art style of the game, but it should definitely run on a much higher frame. You see now we dip below 60 even for a short moment and so on. It's definitely not ideal, to be honest. Like, this game on my computer should definitely have like 100 plus FPS, and it's not the case, unfortunately. So it is possible that a lot of people might struggle with this. I have everything on max, to be fair. As far as I'm aware, this game has no ray tracing or anything. I'm not sure what is. I like I said, I tried to get through the campaign very fast. I didn't fiddle around with settings. I don't know if we set reflection quality to low. This elevates the frame rate. No, it's not the reflections. Still jumps fairly. Yeah, but I don't want to do the boring stuff here too much. Exactly. Inconsistent frame FPS can definitely impact the experience in a game like this. A lot of cozy feeling comes from consistent movements like clouds on the water and so on. Yeah, exactly. Okay, nice that it works on the Switch. I think the visual quality is definitely a bit lower than here on my side, on my end. Yeah, the low resolution might definitely help, and you can then use also FSR performance to get the frame rate, but like I said, the visual fidelity, it looks crisp, the image quality. You have nice reflections in it. It's a bit difficult here in this. And currently, in case people wonder what is he doing there. You see that the tree reflects a little bit in the water, and as soon as the tree runs out of my screen, the reflection is gone off the tree in the water, if you see this. And this is a technique called screen space reflection, which means basically everything that is on your screen space can be reflected in reflective surfaces like water. But as soon as it's not on the screen space anymore, it can't be reflected because it's not rendered anymore. A technique like ray tracing would be needed to make the reflection consistent here. And you can see it's not using ray tracing, so it's even weirder. Like, if this game would use like some very advanced lighting stuff like ray tracing, I could kind of understand the performance issues, but you see, it runs at 60 FPS with me. We could fiddle around a bit with settings here to, I don't know, let's say you play on a laptop that has 1080p and you play on low settings or something. Hopefully the game doesn't crash. Now with FSR I definitely hit now 80 FPS. I'm not even sure. Let me deactivate the frame limiter for a moment. On low I hit 100 FPS. Seems not to be limited. 106 if I look on the ground. Sometimes if you look up into the sky or something, stuff is not rendered, then you get higher frame rates. But yeah, and this is with FSR on still on performance. I barely hit 100 FPS on 1080p if I deactivate it just a little bit, because this is for a lot of people definitely a problem. And suddenly, yeah, FSR, oh, it's kind of weird. The frame rate doesn't change much even if I deactivate it. Did I deactivate it? I think I did. No resolution. No, maybe it takes a restart, or I don't know. Okay, ambient occlusion can be lower. But still, on low and 1080p, it should run better. Moin, Wolfand, nice to see you. Just said moin on an English stream. And I think about buying this game for my mother. Well, it is definitely a cozy game. I just came in. The overall impressions, positive or negative for now? It's a bit... First thing it's talking about jumping over the cow jumping over the moon. That is true. He does it in the Prancing Pony. It's a bit difficult storytellers. Welcome, first of all. I don't know. I think for people who really like a relaxing, cozy experience, going into the Shire and not being too complex and quite simple. I mean, the Hobbit life is kind of simple in a way, so you could say it fits. I have to say it has a good foundation, but the game would have need, in my opinion, a little bit more content and complexity. For me, for my personal taste, and the performance of the game is not that great. So currently, I play on lows on the preset low at 1080p without an upscaler. We hit 106 FPS, which sounds great, but in like I have games that look better than this that would run at these settings at 200 or something. So it's not that great. But yeah, let's return to my settings I played the game mostly at. Oops, wrong button. I would suggest an add-on where you play as Loso and or Loto and his rise as dictator of the Shire. That would be kind of even more complexity. Like I said, my perspective is a bit difficult because I play video games all my life and I play them a lot, and I usually play complicated video games. So now we are back to where we were before. And yeah, I don't know. Seems a bit strange. However, chat, let's get rid of the settings here. I limit it. Oh, there was a mistake. Limit the game to 60 FPS, so we have a little bit of space for running the stream. Only a bit of rest performance there. Also, it's better if the frame rate is somewhat consistent. Hey, never burn money. Nice to see you. What was the other question? Our mom is not a gamer, so it seemed nice to relax the game. Yeah, I think it can work. I would does she play on which platform would she play? Like, does she have like something like a Switch or an old laptop or whatever? Like, PC performance, in my own opinion, needs a bit of work. Hidden boss Lobelia. I don't have a video menu. Yeah, on consoles you don't have that. The consoles usually have like some presets. In some cases you can change those presets, like on the Switch, on the PlayStation, on the Xbox. But on PC it is very common that you can fiddle around with options. So under the hood, the consoles also have these options, but you simply can't tweak them because they are predefined by the developers to make the game hit a certain frame rate target, visual fidelity target, resolution target, and so on. But in theory, you have some of these options. There should be at least a brightness and gamma option, at least for you on the console. So, but I would assume you don't have this option. On PC, though, it is standard that you can modify all these options. I can reduce the reflection quality, the terrain quality, the shadow quality, and so on. So for example, on console, on Switch, I noticed, like, I'm not sure if you can see it, but my character here has a little shadow. It's not very strongly defined, but on the console versions, you usually won't see many shadows. In the trailers, at least this was what my impression for the Switch version, that you don't have much when it comes to shadows. Of my favorite streamers, Valkyrie, nice to see you. Wanted to rule them all. This game is horrible. I'm not sure if it... I wouldn't say it's horrible. Horrible is too much in my opinion. I can definitely see that some people might have complaints with it, but the problem is the performance is horrible. That I would agree on. Like, here it runs okay, it will run smooth, it will be okay for the stream or on Switch. The problem is always like what standards do you have and so on. Like, we're currently playing on PC at 4K resolution with max settings at 60 FPS, so can't complain there, but it should run better on my machine, to be honest. And some reviewers said, okay, I play on a high-end computer with, like, I don't know, a 5090 or something, and it runs like trash. I have a fun Lauditor. One of you noticed that Gandalf was wearing his ring of fire opens. Yeah, I mentioned this in the review at the end, but we can... Let's jump back. We can create a new character or something. I'm not sure. We can look at the beginning because that's the first lore reference we could kind of talk about. So create a new game. It looks like this. If you go into the main menu, click on new game, and then you get this little cutscene here. I can let the frame counter on for you people so you can see, but it should not jump around much, to be honest. The Shire, the Third Age, which is correct. The Shire is a product of the Third Age. The area was around before the Third Age, obviously, but the Hobbits settled in it from Bree at the time of Argileb II, king of Arthedain, and that this was, let's say, 1,300, 1,400 years before the events of the Lord of the Rings. There's no year exactly, but since Rosie Cotton is already alive, and maybe, I don't know how old she is here, 17, 18, 20, something like this. Maybe it's a bit hard to tell how old she is exactly. You can kind of assume that that the game plays around the year 3000. Yeah, it's definitely before Lord of the Rings. Are we taking the hobbits to Isengard? God? Yes, maybe. Not in this game though. Yeah, 50 miles to Bywater. So is it that big? Do you ask questions? 50 miles. Okay, we're already at map time. Map time is difficult though in this case. In collection, lost. That should be it. That's the old, the watch party we did on the German channel. Okay, so we got distracted already. How big is the Shire? That's a good question, actually. I can't answer this out of my head, to be honest. I'm not good with map sizes. Oh, that's the first age. Second age. So the Shire, Hobbiton, is here. In Bywater is the Green Dragon. So it's a bit, I would say... Wait, let me get the Atlas of Middle-earth. That's easier. Welcome, Schnarke. Nice to see you. Yes, see you later then. Yeah, you were there at the watch party. Oh, the Eriador map is just split so hard on this map here. I have it. There's the Shire. So these are 150 miles. Yeah, I would say the Shire, like from Mickle Delving to, let's say, Bree. It's round about 150 miles, yes. So could kind of work, I guess. The biggest problem is I need to find a map of West Farthing. Or maybe South Farthing. On page 70 it is. I can't show it to you on the map, but where my arrow is currently there a bit, round about where Bywater is. If you follow the stream with the Bywater pool, that is, I think, we can watch it in a moment, you get to Back End and to Hobbiton. Yeah, it connects to the Great East Road. That connects also to, for example, the Brandywine Bridge. So 50 miles to Bywater. What are 50 miles here? This is 50. Yeah. So the bridge of... I don't have a... What do you call it? A ruler with me to give you the exact distance, but using my fingers in a way, roundabout from Bywater to the Brandywine Bridge is, let's say, 40 to 50 miles. So yeah, I can definitely see that this kind of works. From the prologue, yeah. Welcome, Joe. Nice to see you. Nice to see in chat all the people that we know from previous streams. So yeah, it's this bridge here. That's the Brandywine Bridge. That's the Brandywine here. This Bree. Oh, you can't see it. Sorry, my mistake. Brandywine Bridge, Bree. From here to Bywater to Hobbiton, roundabout 50 miles in total from here. Let's say Bywater's roundabout here, 50 miles roundabout. Maybe a bit further, but yeah, 40-50 miles could fit. I would say this to Mickle Delving here should be a 150 miles, so maybe kind of interesting that this here, I don't know. This is round about 50 miles, and Bywater would be round about here. A bit hard to tell. Didn't realize the Shire was so big. Yeah, it definitely is quite bigger than you think. I think in the films it's more like Disneyland. Everything is much more compressed if you have the films in mind. But yeah, if you use the atlas and that orients heavily on how Tolkien described it in the books, then it's quite big. The game create a character, I think. I'm not sure. Shall I start I new or shall I load a later save file in a moment? Let me just get here my studio mode back, chat. Okay. He broke out. He brought out the red arrows on the map. Yeah, classic, I think. So map time it is. Servus, Chris, and all. Welcome, Alexi. In the end, Saruman took Isengard to the Hobbit. Wrong reference here. Okay, chat. Character creation. So the character creation is kind of interesting. I don't know if it annoys some people or not. I don't care too much about it. But you create your character with these sliders here. You have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different body forms. And I would assume left are the more male body forms, and here we have the more female body forms. You can't directly put your character... That's not a male-female button. That's something you should keep in mind. You have also, you can change the body size. So hobbits are a bit... What do you call it? Stämmiger in German. They can be. And yeah, depending on this, you can create the Hobbit the way you want. You have different personality things. Skin tone, you can go for a darker skin tone if you so desire. You can go to a lighter. Like, I think having the individual customization options is completely normal. Don't look to be much better. Well, it's heavily stylized, to be fair, when it comes to this game here in particular. Like, it's not a game that tries to be ultra realistic, just very stylized. So I would say there's a certain visual crisp. I'm not sure how to call it, but the visuals are a bit more crisp than they were 15 years ago. Sure. But to be fair, 15 years ago, we are talking already about the what was the question? 15 years ago, we were already in the era. Like 15 was 2010. 2010, we were in the PlayStation 3 era, I think. Yeah. Should be PlayStation 3. Yeah, of course, it's PlayStation 3. Dark Souls 1 was 2011, it was PlayStation 3. The PlayStation 3 era was pretty high fidelity already, to be honest, and the Xbox 360. So these games, if you would upscale them to 4K resolution or anything, would also look pretty good these days. Exactly. Art style does not equal the graphical fidelity. Hey Justin, nice to see you. Yeah, that is true. The game does not have to... My problem is definitely not the graphics. I think it looks decent. I thought their approach was we take a more stylized art style for it, so that this game can run on every potato possible. And the game, at least on PC... we got a lot of reviews where people say it does not run well on their computer. As a result, people are maybe not 100% happy. But yeah, let's focus on this. You have like a default face impression that you can hear. Just keep it on default. I don't know. We made a male hobbit last time, so maybe we can try to make a female hobbit or something. Funny. You can do there. You have different feet options. I'm not sure if there's also... No, you have to choose foot hair. That's the thing. That is the nose options that you have there. Eyes options you have eye colors. It's, to be fair, a bit limited in a way. No, this is not blue, it's gray. I don't know. And then you have different face options. You see, but you have all kinds of options, ear options, and so on. It's a bit. It's not. There are definitely more complex. Definitely more complex characters when it comes to a character creation, like more colors and so on. The color options are a bit limited, in my opinion. Could have used a few more options, in my opinion. It doesn't look really like it looks blonde in the thing. Whatever. don't want to spend too much time here because we still have to discuss lore stuff. There is, oh, that's an interesting, is it here? No, it's, I think, in the next section. So this is kind of what you can do there with the Hobbit. Then you have some basic dress options here that you can create. There was one question I had, and that was glasses. Can characters have, like, are glasses mentioned in the Lord of the Rings? Yeah, around about year 3000. And the Third Age. So, it depends a bit on... Please make one. It depends a bit on some events that might happen or not happen in the game, if it's before Bilbo's birthday party or after. Can't tell you that yet. However, glasses. So if there's one, we know that hobbits had definitely glass windows and also used glass. As a result, glass is a thing that exists in the world. And since the Shire itself is in Lord of the Rings a bit anachronistic, it would make sense for hobbits to have glasses in theory. So I think it's just an option, a cosmetic option that you can have, which I think is cool. But lore-wise, there is no explicit mention of somebody wearing glasses that I'm aware of. However, in early writings, Tolkien also has some interesting comparison. Yeah, also, like, Tolkien does not very often describe eye colors. In some cases he does, but not too often. Yeah, it's definitely between Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, but it is, I would say, round about year 3000. Okay, so, oh, my mistake. You can also change this. Then you can give your hobbit a name. You can enter a custom name. I think you can. Yeah, you can, so you can freely name your hobbit. You could also go for a preset name. Kind of interesting. We have not the main hobbit names here in the list, but we have, for example, Belladonna, the mother of Bilbo Baggins. Bilbo is not in the list, as you can see. Bungo, also a name from that family. I don't know, Belba, Angelica. A lot of names that we know from this Priska. Mula Primrose, also a name that appears. Oipolopondo, Odo, Nina. Laura is not in the list. It's kind of interesting. Longo, also a name we know. Yago, Hellfest, Gerontius is also not in the list. Redegar, we know also him from the book. Drogo, also well known, kind of. Frodo is not in the list. Merry, Peregrine, or Pippin is not in the list. But yeah, a lot of classic Hobbit names. And we have the Chaps. Gardener. That's the name that Sam later will use. Gamgee is not in it, but yeah. The Chubs, the Grubs. Maggot is in it. Farmer Maggot, remember him. I think I would assume is Cotton in the list. Bolger, Boffin, Underhill, of course. 2 foot. Brace Girdle. Of course, he's a Baggins, not some brick-headed Brace Girdle from Longbottom. But yeah, it's like Brown, Butcher. Yeah, so a lot of classic names you know from the books. There might be some additionally added names that I'm currently not aware of. Go is good enough. Yeah, some of the names are kind of funny. Sackville is also in the list, interestingly. Clayhanger. But yeah, you can do stuff here. I have to admit, go for Grub. Okay, if you say go for Grub. And we go with Mirabella Grub. This is okay, because I don't want to spend too much time here on the thing here. I saw Sackville Road recently. So yeah, you can, but like I said, we have predefined names, which are as explained from the books often, but you also can go with any custom name combination you want. Both is possible. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, the Brandybucks were not on the list, right? No. Like I said, those who are famous from the books, the Brandybucks, Baggins, who else do we have? Took is not there. Gamgee is of course not there. Though Gardener's in it. Proudfeet, yeah, the Proudfeet are not there. Sacrilegious. But in theory, like I said, in theory, I think the last name, I think the first name you can change. So you could call her Froda. I think the last name you can't change, interestingly. Whatever. I would say we go with just the thing here. Took is already taken. Wrong one. So we create our Hobbit female and it starts with a stranger, which is obviously Gandalf. And you see there is no voice dialogue, which is, in my opinion, very unfortunate. It would have fitted so well here to get there. What is noticeable here is that Gandalf wears his ring Narya on his hand. And usually he would wear it in a way that it is hidden to mortal eyes. Galadriel also did this in the books, and she asks Sam if she can see a ring, and Sam says, no, I can't see it. Frodo, as a ring bearer, can see it, though. Because due to wearing the ring, he's able to see it. Lord Rings Online has the same block for certain names. It could also be like some license thing or so. I don't know. Maybe they say we'll give you the license, but these mainline family names are protected or something. Would hobbits not know who Gandalf is? I could imagine that not all hobbits know who he is. Gandalf has his pipe. There's no smoke coming out. I think they want to get a certain age rating here. You also see him... now that's a little spot. You see Gandalf again. You also see him with his sword. So Glamdring is also in the game. He does not wield it, but he carries it around. Which I think makes sense. And yeah, we are brought to Bywater by Gandalf. Also neglecting a bit the Twitch chat. It's very difficult to keep an eye on 3 chats. Not sure if Valkyrie Ryuk is still there. No, you can't get the One Ring and become like Gollum. That would be funny though, to be. Yeah, that would be. I'm not sure if funny is the right word for it. And here we see like these little blue birds, and those yeah, are part of a very cool mechanic in the game. We have to let me deactivate the tutorials. I can explain you the stuff anyway, because it drives me insane, I think. Skip tutorials, so we can skip those. So here, the cow is now blocking our path. The game just wants us to stay here and walk into a very specific direction. What's interesting, you can mark places on the map. Only it's disabled the feature, I think. I'll show it to you in a moment. It's pretty cool with the little bird waypoints. So yeah, this character has like a exclamation mark above his head, meaning that you can interact with him and talk to him. It's you, our new hobbit. I'm Orlo Proudfoot. I'm Mirabella Grubb. Pleased to meet you, Mirabella. Let's go and see your new home. So, where have you come from? The Prancing Pony in Bree. Never heard of it. There's something I'm supposed to tell you, but I missed second breakfast and now I'm too hungry to remember. Let's go inside, I can make you a meal. You go first, I'm so weak with hunger, I would only slow you down. You also see these little sparkles here at times. You can click on them, then you get a little cutscene. Is this my front door? I suppose I need to get it fixed up sometime. In the meantime, I should look for another entrance. Yeah, this is here our hobbit hole that we can use. Looks like this gate needs fixing, but there's a lot of space back there. I could have an amazing garden. Yeah, here we have these little waypoint birds. And yeah, the blue stuff you have to interact with. The yellow stuff, usually you have to just walk into it and then the cutscene starts. So it's here fairly simple here, everything at the beginning. Welcome home, Hobbit. This was old Ruby's place. Lovely she was. I have a lot of happy memories. But it's your place now. Take a look around. So, yeah, there's also, I'm not sure if I have already access to it. No, I can't. Change stuff, but this is how everything looks. This is here our writing desk. Also important mechanic that we will use a lot in this thing. This here is where we store our supplies. The pantry is huge. It really is. And I think the pantry also changes depending on what stuff you store in it. So how it looks. So if you fill more stuff in it, you also see more stuff in it, which is kind of cool. I have to get out. I have to get about filling it in with ingredients. And also check our desk really quick. We have everything done. I want to move in so badly. Yeah, for sure. Olo is adorable. Become a local. Off to the pub it is then. The cows really show how short hobbits are. Yeah, that is also true. Like, when you walk around just among hobbits, everything seems kind of normal because it's hobbit size, but when Gandalf appears, or a cow or whatever, you notice, well, we are kind of small. A writing desk. It looks well used. One of these dwarfs is locked and I can't see a key. One of these one of these drawers is locked and I can't see a key. Oh well. Once I meet more people, I could use this to invite people over for all sorts of meals. So there's this. However, our task is use a kitchen to cook a rhubarb porridge. I hope I pronounce it correctly. I have to admit, my knowledge of English words for furniture and all kinds of vegetables and fruits and plants is not that great. I would say sometimes I don't even know the German names of stuff. So as a result, yeah, I might pronounce some stuff wrong here. So yeah, here we have our first meal that this is a standard meal that we can create. A silky porridge with tangy rhubarb. I think I'll pronounce this somewhat correctly. I don't know. So here we see the ingredients that you need for this. There are a ton of ingredients, and these ingredients can also exist in different qualities, and so on and so forth. There's one mechanic. It took me some while to understand how that works. In this case, I would assume there's not much changing, but we even get 2 stars. That means it's quality 2 rhubarb. We have 2 in our inventory by accident. We need 2 of those. We need interesting. We have a 2-star, like quality 2 oats, but we take the the shady oats. And yeah, some milk. You put this together, then you click basically on cook. There is the frying pan. When you have like seasonings and stuff, you can use those to also modify the taste and so on. There's quite this cooking minigame has quite a bit of complexity. The universal English translation for all of those is thingy. Tangy. The H is not like... The G is not like in Tangle, so it's Tangy. Whatever. Tangle? And the problem is sometimes guessing how a word that you don't know is... Or that you don't say. Thingy porridge. Yeah, whatever that is. It's something to eat. So you press on cook. And then... What... You get this interesting little mini game here. So we have multiple ingredients, and 2 of these ingredients we have to chop the rhubarbs. And at the right you see like this little thing there. which has smooth, chunky, tender, and crisp. And you can basically switch between your meal that you're cooking, you can move up and down and left and right, kind of, depending on what you do with it. It's a bit difficult to explain. Currently we don't have many options anyway, so it doesn't matter too much, but we can, for example, move the meal more to smooth. We do this by hitting the middle part and go a little bit further. Let's say we do it like this. Then you notice the meal moves now up a little bit towards smooth because we kind of chopped it smoother and didn't make it that chunky. So we do this kind of again, and now we perfectly hit the spot. In theory, if the ingredient allows it, you can switch here to the frying pan. I did not notice this for a long time, to be honest. And then you can also move it to tender and so on. So it's kind of interesting. But yeah, once you chopped it, you kind of want to hit this sweet spot, I think, that is there. Then you have other ingredients. With those you can't do much, with milk and other things. And suddenly we created our 3-star meal. It's a really good one, actually. Sour textured. And now we can talk to our friend Orlo again. This looks delicious. We usually send out invitations when we share a meal. We like to do things probably in Bywater, but you're new and I'm hungry, let's go on with it. Yeah, Rosemary, I'll have to scroll up the chat a little bit. Blunt knives and bend the forks. I have not yet understood why there are 2 icons on the instruction thing. I think one is where they are trying to get, but what is the other one? 2 icons? One is where you are currently, and the star, if you mean that, that's the one you want to hit for getting the textured thing. Attribute to the meal. Chips the glasses and cracks the plates. Of course, that's what Bilbo Baggins hates. I see the Twitch chat, the YouTube chat is loving it. Your first meal in Bywater, Mirabella. Begin a shared meal on the table. Yeah, this is your meal table. Only 3 people can sit here, you and 2 others. In this case, it's only 1. And if you hit it, you can confirm the stuff. You don't have to, like, you can also access your backpack where we still have the oats. By the way, I can't go back. Doesn't matter too much, but you could also have it in the pantry. You don't have to have it in the backpack if you have a meal. It's different if you use other locations for meals, which is also possible later. They have to start somewhere to make this little mini game kind of work, I think. So yeah, place a meal. We'll go into the selection. You can also place decorations if you want. We just go with the meal, should work, and then start it. Then you get a little cutscene here. Second breakfast at home. Because I'll play. I'm not sure if you can rename your home actually. You better like it. That's a 3-star meal, dude. And yeah, during these meals you get kind of reputation or like points, I'm not sure I want to call it, but people like you more, you increase the friendship with other people. We now leveled Orlo Proudfoot from level 1 to 2, and this usually ends up unlocking something, or no, usually you get a gift, and if you hit certain thresholds with these friendships, you unlock new things. Usually the first threshold is level 3. So yeah, you can now, usually if the meal ends, people get up and leave your house, and on the way out you can talk to them. That hit the spots. Do you have something for me? It's kind of a weird question to ask after a meal. Do you have something for me, Orlo? Yes, I do. A rich rhubarb pie. And this is a recipe that we get. Nothing makes a hobbit happier than a good meal. If you want to make a friend, cook them a meal. Big people sort out their differences with swords, bows, and arrows. We sort them out with a nice spot of lunch. Which reminds me, you've got some post. I had a message for you. I put it in your post box. Follow me outside. So we can now also go here and place our first item here in our pantry, which is, well, it's not the first. We actually have some other stuff here. Most, post, whatever. I would check for post every day if I were you. Read the letters in your post box. Welcome to Bywater. We got a letter from, I know who this is. This is from Farmer Cotton, and Farmer Cotton is the father of Rosie Cotton. Hello, Hobbit, Farmer Cotton here. Come and meet us at the Green Dragon. Make sure you write Green Dragon Orlo and not the Ivy Bush, or they get confused. Then write from Farmer Cotton. Stop writing everything I say, Orlo. So Farmer Cotton is not able to write himself, so Orlo has to write for him, and he writes just everything he says. Kind of, there's some funny dialogue here and there. Can you marry his daughter? No. Yeah, I also found this one, this dialogue part funny. Welcome, Daniel. I want this game so much, I don't care if it sucks. Hard to tell, like, I don't know. I think... I think if you're new to... I'm not sure, a lot of my YouTube viewers here are kind of new to... not the biggest hardcore video gamers, I would say. Which is different, for example, on my Twitch channels, my viewers there, and so on. So, I don't know. Rosemary is an interesting candidate. She plays this game as well. And she is watching a lot of my streams, but she's not playing herself as a result. It's interesting to see how somebody perceives this game and its mechanics who's usually not playing video games a lot. Like, I don't know, I have thousands of hours in other games already. Can you do anything slightly naughty in this game? No. Like, this game is... I think... I'm not sure what the age rating in Germany for this game would be. I think it should be 0 or something. Well, we have to read, so maybe it's 6. It's only an English Wikipedia thing. Does Steam have... I can maybe try to figure it out really quick. No. State of the Shire age rating. The ESR B rating is E for everyone. There's an alcohol reference, use of tobacco, because you see Gandalf with his pipe one time. There's a reference towards alcohol because there's a pub, but you don't see really drinking or anything. This game is just really planned to not offend anybody and also for with children in mind and so on. Tales of the Shire. Let's see what the USK has to say. Does not have a USK rating, that's kind of unusual. Totally can't find it. Will be interesting to see what the USK rating is for it. I don't know. I like to go to the Green Dragon after I delivered the post. Are you the postman, Orlo? Me? No, I just pick up messages and deliver them to everyone. Isn't that what a postman does? I don't know, I've never met one. I would best be off, you might be thinking. How do I find my way around Bywater? See those birds up on that post? They seem to know where you want to go. Just follow them. Welcome to the neighborhood, Mirabella. Do you know what this is? It's another lovely day in the Shire. And yeah, as a little reward, we follow the birds to the Green Dragon. So now we get the system. We can now also hold this button and, for example, move these stones here around. Also, these things you can move around if you want. And so on and so forth, so you can customize. It looks a bit problematic, so you can change. You could, for example, say, yeah, we want maybe something like that, or maybe, I don't know, a cleaner look. It would be great. I think they could have added more exterior textures for your house. You can even change the look of the windows, so we have some predefined stuff that you can change if you want. I have to admit though, for the most part, I don't know. I'll go with this here. Authentic Shire experience should include lots of gossip. There's no beer, probably because of the kids playing. In reality, well, this game will be played by very anxious adults. I mean, esport gamer, I just don't approach this game from that perspective. Yeah, fair enough. That's good if you don't do this. But like I said in my review, usually you start at this point and you have to learn all the mechanics. And then more mechanics spread out further or build upon those as a foundation. And you have a bigger and bigger foundation. And then you develop the story and what you do in the game from there. The game, in my opinion, stops spreading out too early. And then becomes a bit too repetitive in the main story, in my opinion. That's a big problem there. At the beginning, the foundation is actually not bad. Kind of cool, and they definitely nail the experience being a little Hobbit. Of course, the expectations are high. That's also a point. Keep your expectations in check. So yeah, you can also clean up this thing. You can change the floor to whatever. I have a few options here. And yeah, it's a bit messy, this house here. You can kind of remove all the stuff here. It's hard to hit this here. You can also move the furniture around, so there's this thing here going on. You have to clean up a little bit. And move the table stuff around and just get the house a bit cleaner as a result. But this is, you don't have to do this. Like, this is purely a decoration thing. And a lot of objects you might have noticed from the films is these scrolls here that lie on the ground all the time. Definitely remind me of the stuff from Bilbo's desk and so on. Yeah, you can also change, I don't know, the style of your, what do you call this here, of your fireplace. So you have a lot of options what you can do in the game. I think you can even change this thing here. And yeah, the walls you can also change how they look. For example, go for, I don't know, cleaner style or whatever. Something like that. So you can definitely find some interesting options for this thing here. The only thing you can't change is, interestingly, here the pantry. That just looks how it looks. Can't change that. I don't know why. Kitchen also is kind of set into stone. Look at all this. Well, in Stardew Valley you are supposed to build everything, right? And to expand later in the game. Here you already have like your Hobbit home already and can fiddle around with it if you so desire. The only strange thing is this table thing here. You want to have this next to your bed. Maybe because you haven't slept yet in it or so, I don't know. But yeah, enough playing around with this stuff here. Now we come to the waypoint system. So you see the waypoint is now the green dragon, which is here. We know this from Lord of the Rings. If you follow this stream here, you get to Hobbiton. The map is not that big, to be honest, but yeah, I don't know. It kind of works. I needed an introvert day because I was tired of interacting with other hobbits. I have heard it runs on Switch Lite. So far I like it. I have not felt lost so far as a gaming newbie. Battle for Middle Earth, yeah, it was 2 without a doubt, especially with the Return of the Witch King add-on. Was it Revenge of the Witch King? Something like that. This was Switch Lite for my mom. Would you recommend it? Okay. What's the best game in your opinion for Lord of the Rings games? Yeah, Battle for Middle Earth 2 I like, and then 1 also. I think those are definitely among the best. I had a lot of fun with those games. I like Shadow of Mordor, to be honest. Shadow of War is also pretty nice, but I would not play them back to back because the gameplay loop is just too similar. The story in Shadow of War is completely nuts, though. Shadow of Mordor is already a bit special in this regard. Shadow of War is, well, kind of special when it comes to the lore. So yeah, enough talking, chat. You see this little blue bird, and now I have to follow it. Usually on my way they just pop up. And you see here, it sits on the direction of the sign post, whatever it's called. That shows me the direction, and it always sits in the direction I have to go. So here this means go further forward. It's a Middle Earth game, or Lord of the Rings games. Okay, you just mean I don't know what the. I thought it would be Lord of the Rings related. Here's a pony, and here we just have to get close. Why bless my butter? You must be Mirabella Grubb. It's lovely to meet you. I'm Lily Cotton, or Mrs. Cotton. Miss Cotton. Can call me what you like. I hear you're getting into old Ruby's place nicely. Once you've made some friends here, you can invite them back for shared meal. And you'll make a lot of friends at the Green Dragon. You won't find a more cozy and cheerful place in the whole West Farthing. So here we have Bywater's a village. That's all there is to it, Sandyman. So we have Mr. Sandyman and Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, Farmer Cotton, is the father of Rosie Cotton, later Rosie Gardner. And Sandyman is, of course, also the miller we also know from the books. And what do you call my mill then, Cotton? Overpriced. Hobbiton Mill, since you are having trouble remembering, the mill that is in Hobbiton. And I'm Farmer Cotton of Cotton Farm, and I live in Bywater. Oh, hello, love. This Mirabella grub, they've come all the way from Bree. And you ended up here, why? I want to be part of the village, I want to live somewhere beautiful. I want to make new friends. We have different options. I think the answer might change a bit depending on what you choose, but they don't have too much of an impact on the story, I assume. I don't know, I want to live somewhere beautiful. You grow tired of it, believe me. Stop your noise, Sandyman, you are talking rubbish. Bywater is a village. We've got a village square. It's more of a circle, really. And 2 ints. 2! I'm impressed, Cotton. I didn't know you could count. I shall ignore that low remark, Sandyman. I want to welcome our new friend to Bywater. I would like to spend all day proving you wrong, Cotton, but some of us do proper work for a living. Welcome to Bywater, Grub. I expect to see you at the mill shop soon. Friendly fella. We just passed Mr. Sandyman. He said he won an argument against you about Bywater not being a village. Won? He didn't win. He left before he could lose. Bywater is a village. It must be. Hobbits have lived here ever since the old king gave us the Shire to live in. So that's an interesting reference here. Hey Mark, nice to see you. Guten Abend. Yeah, also good evening to you. Look at those floofy little animals. I do wish there was a Total War Lord of the Rings game, but his state gives the license out to random people, I don't know. There's still Third Age Total War mod. Yeah, there are definitely mods for it. Times of Woe in Nan Dungorfeb. From Silmarillion. Very unlikely that we get that. It still gets worked on, as far as I know. Yeah, I also think so. He's so cute in his little tailor outfit. Okay, Rosemary is definitely happy about it. So they reference the old king gave us the Shire to live in, which is kind of true. They don't name him here. It's Argeleb II, but it's 1,300 years ago. The hobbits, in theory, could know. At least some of them could know. But I often feel like, well, do the hobbits really know? There hasn't been a king in this area for quite some time. Since basically the remains of Arnor or Arthedain basically died out or were destroyed, abandoned after the king against the Witch King of Angmar. And the Great Plague. Those two events basically killed off. I mean, there's Aragorn and his ancestors, the chieftains of the Dunedain, but they never claimed to be king after Arvedui. And Arvedui lived. Let me just look it up. Well, Arvedui was the last king. His son was Aranars. And yeah, he lived, or he was born 3rd Age 1864, and he died 3rd Age 1974. So he just got 110 years old. He died in the Ice Bay of Forohel, and yeah, as you can see, if this game plays in the year what did I say, 3000, then this was round about 1000 years in the past. So it's, of course, they could know the history and so on. Hard to tell. It makes sense. I think it's more like a little reference to, oh yeah, there was once an old king that gave the Shire to the hobbits from Bree to live on, and then they settled there. But it's hard to tell if the hobbits really know about these details. They could know that there was once a king, and he's, as they don't name him, it seems like they don't know much of the story, except that, yeah, that they were given the Shire from the king. The requirement was back in the day, because at this time, Argileb II was at war with Angmar and the Witch King, and the hobbits were supposed to kind of help him keeping the road and the bridges there intact, so he doesn't have to bother about those. And as a result, they were, or as a, on their side, they were allowed to settle in the Shire. They were still part of the kingdom of Arthedain as a result. Hey, 6+ nice raids. Yeah, it's currently, yeah, we just got a raid on the German channel, which is a bit complicated, but welcome Raiders. We speak in German for a moment. Willkommen Raiders, schön euch zu sehen. Wir schauen gerade uns ein bisschen in Tales of the Shire um. Ich hoffe, ihr hattet einen schönen Stream. Ich habe gesehen, ihr habt einen kleinen Ranni-Hut gebaut, glaube ich. Hier geht es heute auch mal ausnahmsweise sehr, sehr entspannt zu. Ein Thema, ich hoffe, kann der Shoutout überhaupt durch? Nein. Moment. Ha. Das hat funktioniert. Der Bot ist nämlich nicht aktiv. Aber ja, schaut gerne mal bei 6+ Nice rein. Und ja, willkommen Raiders. Ich hoffe, es stört euch nicht, aber ich streame gerade auf meinem englischen Kanal, deswegen streamen wir heute in Englisch. Meistens ist das kein Problem, aber für manche Leute ein bisschen nervig, mein Englisch zu ertragen. Aber trotzdem, willkommen Raiders. Sind noch nicht fertig, aber es wird, ja, es war ein cooles Projekt mit dem kleinen Ranni-Hut. Ich würde aber wieder auf Englisch wechseln. I would switch to English then again. So yeah, welcome Raiders, nice to see you. We currently look into the stuff here. And they talking about the old king that gifted the hobbits the Shire, Auenland. And what's interesting, yeah, there was really an old king, Argileb II it was, in the year 1000, what was it, 600 roundabout, in the Third Age. So it was a long time ago. The question is, can the hobbits still remember? Do they know that there was once a king? I think some hobbits might know about this, but I think the standard hobbit doesn't know. These two characters we see on the screen, Fosco Burrows and his sister, they kind of seem to be interested in lore and into the history potentially, so I can imagine that they really might know some details about this particular detail. Nandungorthep would really be a nightmarish place to live on. We could switch very briefly to map time. Go to the First Age map of Middle-earth. And yeah, Nandungorthep, as it's called, is north of Doria. So, in case people wonder where are we now here on the map, the Shire is... Where's the Shire, chat? On the hills, Eador, somewhere here. Right? So this is the First Age map there. The Shire didn't exist yet, so it's not on the map. And then we have here the Blue Mountains, and they look different because in the First Age they weren't split yet, and there was the land west of the Blue Mountains, which is later in the Third Age map gone. Just for comparison, Blue Mountains are suddenly split, and this land here is gone. And in the First Age, this was different. And in this land, a lot of stuff that happens in the Silmarillion is happening here in this area. And that is Doriath, a legendary kingdom. And north of it is Nandungorthep. And it's kind of the worst possible or imaginable place in Middle-earth, in a way. No problem. It was nice. So yeah, what is interesting, Morgoth, the first Dark Lord in Lord of the Rings, the former master of Sauron, at his fortress here called Angband, and his evil powers kind of clashed with a girdle, as it's called, like a magical fence that surrounded this kingdom and protected it here. And basically on this border here, all kinds of creepy creatures gathered, and there were like poison and I don't know what, and there were the Eret Gorgoros, translated the mountains of horror, I think, and in those lived the mother of Shelob, and Shelob herself as well, and other of the breed of Ungoliant. So giant spiders and whatnot, and yeah, so you can imagine, yeah, it's not the best place to live on. Currently, somebody in chat said it would be a nice game to have like a horror game that plays in this particular area, which would be cool. Unfortunately, this is Silmarillion stuff, and they don't have, like, the big companies don't have the license to do Silmarillion stuff, and it's not looking like that the Tolkien family wants to give out this license. However, maybe we get lucky in the future or whatever. At some point, the rights will run out. But let us... Thank you. Your motives for the raid. Welcome. Yeah, that is also correct. A part of Doriath became the Isle of Tolfwyn. I mean, the Silmarillion is full of amazing stories. It says, like, even dem Nenuyal. Yes, it's Nenuyal. I have to switch back. So let's switch back for a moment. yeah, this is Nenuyal, the lake. We can read it, and in the Third Age version of this map, here you see Nenuyal. It's the same. Yeah, that's the same lake. So Hobbiton is a bit south of it, kind of. So the Hobbiton would be kind of here, roundabout, on this map. But as said, it didn't exist. This area was sparely settled in this time because most people went further west over the Blue Mountains and lived in this area here called Beleriand. And this was then at the end of the First Age, and the War of Wrath completely destroys, sunk into the ocean by the power of the gods, basically. And the short version, or the easy version to say, to explain what happened there. Whatever, let's jump back to the game as said. complicated to switch between these scenes here. So, dialogue. Good idea, Orlo. Write to this assessor Hobbit and get his this decided once and for all. It's about if Bywater, where this game here plays, is a village or not. Shouldn't there be a book of rules somewhere that says what makes a village a village? You make a good point there, Orlo, which is surprising in itself. I remember old Ruby had some big old book. Those might be the rules we are looking for. I remember that book, but I think she gave it to old Noakes. It had pictures of fish in it. Tell you what, Mirabella love, you'll be going around meeting people. Why don't you ask Noakes about this book? We'll find the rules, then bring in the assessor and prove that Bywater is a village. Also, as a reward, we got 20 bucks and milk. So yeah, this is a green dragon. Not sure where Merry and Pippin dancing on the table. I would assume here. And yeah, we got our little quest. And as said, the marker now, you see the bird was there on the signpost there. And it shows the direction. It means I have to go into this direction. So these birds are basically the waypoints. Find and ask old Noakes about the missing book of rules. It's here. I also should maybe wander around a little bit, because there's some stuff to collect here at times, like mustard. And we need stuff for cooking later. Oh, sorry, chat, I didn't scroll up the YouTube chat again. Need to read them. Got a new box set not long ago with the Alan Lee art too. The Alan Lee stuff is always very beautiful, his artworks. Also was a concept artist for the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings films, in case people wonder. But he was doing Tolkien artwork stuff before, together with also John Howe. You know, the Tolkien calendars and stuff, you definitely know some of the artworks of those guys. There's also Ted Naismith, I want to mention him here as well. He was, interestingly, also asked to be on the team of the concept artists for the Peter Jackson film, but he had to unfortunately decline due to reasons. And what is interesting, some scenes in Peter Jackson film look really like Ted Naismith artworks. So yeah, what I just did, the bird sits, go back here, I just didn't follow the birds, just collected stuff. Should you really wander around? This is dangerously curious, which is not very Hobbit-like. We're in Bywater, there's not much danger that can be here. Warum haben sie ihn abgelehnt? Why did they reject him? You know that? I wish you a good evening. Who was rejected? Wer wurde abgelehnt? Oh, Ted Naismith. I know an interview of Ted Naismith that he was asked and he had to decline. Like, he had another business to do, or there was some personal reasons he couldn't join the concept artist team. That is at least what he told in an interview. I think he had an interview with Nerd of the Rings at one point, and there he explained the story. So I only know the story from his perspective. I don't know if there were other reasons or what the exact reasons. He did not elaborate on. He just said he was asked and had to decline, and that is one decision in his life that he kind of regrets a bit. But it was not possible for him to attend this, because I guess he would have to move to New Zealand at this time. Maybe it had to do with his family or whatever. Who knows? You haven't said hi to any animals. Yeah, I was kind of busy talking non-stop. That's of course a problem. But we can say hi to Mr. Duck here. Could also be Mrs. Duck, I'm not sure. So yeah, you can't talk with the characters. That's also something I would prefer. Like, sometimes you pass by and they have like random lines they drop out there. As you can see, my frame rate is now below 60. Just want to point that out. It means the game does not run too well. So it would be great if I could just talk to her and she would just drop some random lines out of a pool of different text lines she has. Something like that. Very good, Duck. Yeah, he's quite a bit younger than the other two. That's true, and he has children, so it could have been something with that, like that. We can only speculate. Like I said, in the interview, he did not explain his exact personal reasons. I just said that personal reasons he could not. He had to decline or refuse the offer. And that is very unfortunate. He would have loved to work on this. So, I'm supposed to talk to Old No. Wondering, isn't Old Noakes there? No, here is Old Noakes, interestingly. At the ivy bush. Oh, that's pronounced. They have whoever did the Dark Tower painting art on them. Could be John Howe, actually. Anyway, I can't linger any longer. Have a great stream until next time, whenever that might be. Yeah, I hope we do more frequent lore Q&A streams again. I should do those at least. Efeu bush, yeah, that is true. Ivy bush is also in the game. It appears. And to my knowledge, the ivy bush is also it's mentioned in the books, by the way. So it's not mentioned often. I think, yeah, there are 2 mentions of it in Lord of the Rings. Just currently searching for it. Maybe there are more. No, one is only in the index. The one had a more attentive audience than old Ham Gamgee, the father of Sam, commonly known as Gaffer. He held force at the Ivy Bush, a small inn on the Bywater Road, and he spoke with some authority, for he had tended the garden at Back End for 40 years and had helped old Holman in the same job before that. Now that he was himself growing old and stiff in the joints, the job was mainly carried on by his youngest son, Sam Gamgee. That's one of the mentions of the ivy bush. Another one would be, one summer's evening an astonishing piece of news reached the ivy bush and green dragon. Giants and other portents on the borders of the Shire were forgotten for more important matters. Mr. Frodo was selling Baggant. Indeed, he had already sold it to the Sackville Bagginses. For a nice bit too, said some. At a bargain price, said others. And that more likely was when Mistress Lobelia is the buyer. Otto had died some years before at the ripe but disappointed age of 102. Just why Mr. Frodo was selling his beautiful hole was even more debatable than the price. So that is different, by the way. In the films it's not portrayed, but in the books Frodo actually sells Baggant at some point. Oh, I just fell asleep. It happens if you are too long, then you just wake up in your bed at some point. What a relaxing day. Yeah, exactly. That is at the beginning. They talk to each other. Not sure what's this thing here. My garden. It's much bigger than my mother's and father's garden back at home. But wait. I need to think about what to plant here. I need to make it my own. What kind of garden should I have? A garden full of wonderful smelling flowers, a garden full of fine vegetables, a garden that just looks beautiful. We need vegetables. That's a good idea. The pantry gets empty pretty quickly. I must look at my recipes again. Cooking starts in the garden after all. I'll need to find some more seeds. Whatever you decide to do, Mirabella Grab, there's some hard work to be done. It would be... I would best get started before too long. That's correct. I have no seeds yet. Fell asleep, did you? Good morning, Mirabelle. I found you asleep last night, so I took you back to bed in my wheelbarrow. If you go to bed late, you wake up late, and you'll miss the lovely morning. Mirabella's such a good meal, and such fine company too. We will have to do this again. Kind of interesting, and this is really a thing that the hobbits in the Shire have postal system. Have a mailman. Kind of funny. Like I said, the Shire is very anachronistic. Aris Aurelia, nice to see you. Yeah, it's definitely very stylized. The art style is very nice in this game. Now we also have the hedge mustard that is regrown. We have now 6. No, we have actually 8. Doesn't matter too much. We have to still go to Gumtree. We have to go to our good old friend that we don't know yet. Old Noak. I wish the books had graphics like this, only in your mind. Oh, Rosemary, you're a bit behind. Yeah, I passed out. I was too busy talking. So yeah, here the bird sits here on this signpost, so no, I have to go here. And somewhere here must be Old Noakes. He's over here. Very important to talk to him. I think this is one of the... he gives us something that's very much needed. Who are you? I'm Mirabella Grab. Hello. Never heard of you. Where you from? Free. It gets worse. What are you here for? I've come to live here. Oh, well, we will be neighbors then. What did you say your name was? Mirabella Grubb. No, it's not. It's Newcomer. What are you after? Have you seen an old book? What do you think I am, a library? It's a book of rules. It had fish pictures in it. Fish, you say? Answer me this. How can you tell where Mr. Fishy is swimming in a river? Swirling shapes in the water? That's right. Cast your line out there and Mr. Fishy will come and say hello. Though, why he would want to talk to you, I have no idea. Look for shapes in the water that where Mr. Fishy is playing. I have this old fishing rod. It's cluttering up the place. Might as well clutter up yours. Don't you go eyeing up Old Noak's pier. You clear off, or I'll give you a good look at Mr. Fishy as bait. I'll take you to Old Ruby's pond. The fish are all stupid there. You get on with them. Well, you get on well with them. I'm not late. I just arrived when I meant to. Welcome, Thomas. Nice to see you. Catch 3 fish, keep them or let them go. Then come back and tell me about it. I do remember that book. I showed Mr. Fishy the pictures. It got too wet. So I gave it back to Farmer Cotton. He'll have it somewhere. Yeah. You can now catch fish with a fishing rod that we got here. And we are also at the pond. Our home is over there. And yeah, the fishing game is you get out your thing, throw in where these little swirls are. Then this thing here comes and you just have to kind of follow it. You can do, even if the line, like if the circle becomes red, it's shortly before snapping the line. And if it snaps, nothing happens. You can just start fishing again. It's not like you need to get it repaired or anything. That's not really... This game is a cozy game. You can't do much wrong. Interestingly, in my experience, fishing is actually quite... Like, you can make quite a bit of profit, or if you need cash for buying ingredients, you can definitely use this here. For information, took me like 10 minutes to figure out the fishing. Yeah, like I said, I play video games all my life. And also, I have already 20 hours in this game, so it's not the first fish I am catching here. I like the sound when you walk with your fishing rod around. Then when you have like... this other thing. Also welcome, I'm not sure if I welcome Joe already. But yeah, Old Noakes is also in the books. From the films, well, we can maybe look into this in a moment too. Like Sandyman, we have already met. He's also in the book. Like, I'm not sure. Could be or maybe I can find you the scene. Old Noakes is also mentioned in the book. Let's see if I find the Lord of the Rings thing here. But what about this Frodo that lives with him? Asked Old Noakes of Bywater. Baggins is his name, but he's more than half a brandybuck, they say. It beats me why any Baggins of Hobbiton should go looking for a wife away there in Buckland. There's where folks are so queer. And no wonder they are queer. Put in a Daddy Two-Foot. Two-Foot also was a name in... Daddy Two-Foot's also a name. Also was in the selection, right? The gaffer's next door neighbor. If they live on the wrong side of the Brandywine and ride again the old forest, that's a dark, bad place, if half the tales be true. You're right, Dad, said the gaffer. Not that the Brandybucks of Buckland live in the old forest, but they are queer breeds, seemingly. They fool about with boats on the big river, and that isn't natural. Small wonder that trouble came of it, I say. But be that as it may, Mr. Frodo is as nice as a young hobbit as you could wish to meet. Very much like Mr. Bilbo, and in more than looks. After all, his father was a Baggins. A decent, respectable hobbit was Mr. Drogo Baggins. There was never much to tell of him, till he was drowned. Drowned, said several voices. They had heard this and other dark rumors before, of course, but hobbits have a passion for family history, and they were ready to hear it again. Well, so they say, said the gaffer. Gaffer is the father of Samwise Gamgee. You see, Mr. Drogo, he married poor Miss Primula Brandybuck. Also a name, it's difficult to say names for me. She was our Mr. Bilbo's first cousin, and the mother on the mother's side, mother being the youngest of the old Took's daughters. And Mr. Drogo was his second cousin, so Mr. Frodo is his first and second cousin once removed. Either way, as they am saying is, if you follow me. And Mr. Drogo was staying at Brandy Hall with his father-in-law, Old Master Gorbadoc, as he often did after his marriage, him being partially to his victuals, and old Gorbadoc keeping a mighty generous table, and he went out boating on the Brandywine River, and he and his wife were drowned, and poor Mr. Frodo only a child and all. That's like the story they like, we know. Maybe let us switch to... I hope I find the film scene really quick. Just give me a moment. I find it. But in the film there's also a screenshot of that. You just have to find it, which is, I guess, the difficult part. Yeah, here it is. This is a scene from Fellowship of the Ring. We have Gaffer Gamgee on the left. There's Sam Gamgee, that's his son. Then we have Ted Sandyman, that is, I assume, the son of the Sandyman we see here in this game depicted, interestingly. And he's also mentioned a few times in the story, so there are some hints that he's, let's say, an interesting fella. I forgot who is next to Gaffer Gamgee, though. Daddy Two Shoes sounds a bit queer to me, yeah. Make some room, I'm the landfolk, yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of... I mean, did I... Ted Sandyman? Gamgee, Ted Sandyman, Smoke Green Dragon. I don't have... Does somebody in the chat know who he could be? Who sits next to Gaffer? That's Old Noakes. That's Old Noakes, actually, chat. Next to Gaffer Gamgee. Like right here on this screenshot, we have the father of Samwise Gamgee. And this is Old Noakes, most likely. Interesting. But yeah, let's return to the game. Little excursion into the Lord of the Rings universe. My OBS because I always have to switch the scene selections. By the way, we have already evening because it took too much time. Here's also a sign thing. North, Old Ruby's Pond. East, Dow's Lane, Cotton Farm, Bywater Forest. West, Lookout Hill, Ruins. Hey, Saturas, nice to see you. Willkommen. I get raided here on Twitch non-stop. That's, of course, a nice surprise. Einen schönen guten Abend an die Saturas Raider. I have to switch to German for a moment. Schön, dass ihr da seid. Wir besprechen gerade, oder gucken uns gerade das neue Spiel an. Im Herr der Ringe-Universum. Tales of the Shire, so ein cozy Game. Und bin gerade im tiefen Lore-Talk. Ich streame aber auch auf meinem englischen YouTube-Kanal, deswegen sprechen wir heute hier Englisch. So I think you people won't mind switching to English. So how is the game? Oh, it's a bit difficult to. The performance is not great. Not at all. Okay, awesome. It definitely looks cute. It has a nice stylized art style. I definitely like the art style. As you can see, I run it currently at 60 FPS at 4K, but let's say the frame rate is worse on the same setting, like on this max settings at 4K with FSR on performance. And I get a lower frame rate with Cyberpunk on max settings without ray tracing though, on FSR 3 performance at 4K. So yeah, it runs here on my machine, it runs okay-ish or acceptable, let's say, but I think if you run it on an old laptop, you might in for some stuttering and problems. A lot of people reporting problems, technical, with this. You can also in this chat here, by the way, in the TPhGames channel, you can write in German. I just answer in English. Is there a Middle-earth name for the star Vega? I'm not sure, to be honest. I usually, like, my knowledge when it comes to stars in Middle-earth, in theory it should be there because Middle-earth is the mythological version of our world. Also, I could also show the chat so people know what I'm even talking about, I think. On the Twitch stuff here. So it's not the Twitch chat here, you see the YouTube chat, Twitch people. Maybe it's a good idea to have this here going, I don't know. So no, I don't know then. I could try looking it up. Interesting. I just have to consider how the pronunciation is. Soronume should be the name. Soronume was the constellation that Varda traced in the sky with the dews of TPhLore before the awakening of the elves. The name means Eagle of the West in Quenya. The inspiration suggests a connection with the constellation we know as today as Aquila, but this was never confirmed by Tolkien. The constellation now known as Lyra may, where was the line, may also be considered as its former name in Arabic was Anna. Okay, An-Asa al-Waqi, falling eagle, giving its name to the main star Vega. So that's the closest thing I could find. Also, we have to go to bed again, because else we fall asleep again and miss the whole day. Oh no, another jowl. My wardrobe. Coming back to Zatura's question a moment. I should check inside if all my clothes arrived. Or maybe I could switch outfits. No, we can't. What is this here? My bed. Maybe I should go to sleep. It's about that time where I normally retire for the day. Good. So, in the meantime, how's the game? So, I feel like I like the art style. Game runs not that great. It runs okay on my system, but it should run much better on my system, to be honest. So, if you play it on an old laptop, you might have trouble. It looks worse on the Switch, I would say. It seems to run, yeah, I don't know, also not ideal on the Switch, I heard. But I guess for some people it still might work. As long as the frame rate is kind of consistent. I don't know. Haven't tried the Switch version yet. When it comes to the game itself, I think the foundation is kind of okay for a cozy game. Don't expect a AAA game. Don't expect a very complex game. It's just immersing yourself in the Shire a little bit as a hobbit, skipping around. They have a cool system, for example, of waypoints. So here the game says I should go to Mr. Cotton, and these little blue birds sit on these signposts here, and I just have to follow basically their paths. You don't have like a UI element as marker, but these little birds. Yeah, I know now I should not go left or right, but go straight. Also, just noticed I have to go back to my home. My inventory is full. Inventory space, I think you can't upgrade in the game, so you have only 10 inventory slots, which is a bit unfortunate. So I feel like the game, at the beginning everything is fine and so on. It spreads a bit, explains new mechanics. The cooking is relatively complex, to be fair, but at some point the game stagnates a little bit when it comes to introducing new stuff to us. And as a result, the math really quick. As a result, it feels a bit shallow at some point. I mean, I'm not somebody who plays really cozy games, to be honest. Like, I'm not the target audience, I think. I'm just a Lord of the Rings nerd. So I love Lord of the Rings and know a lot about it. Essentially more than most other people. But yeah, it's just from the genre, it's not necessarily my game. I got luckily a review copy for it, so I could already play quite a bit into it. I've like almost completed the main story of the game. I think like I need an hour or so more playtime. I wanted to get done with my review. What you can do is just explore a bit and collect stuff and so on and get distracted. So that's nice. You should definitely not play it like I played, rushing through the main story as fast as you can, unlocking as much stuff as fast as you can. Then the enjoyment gets a bit lost, I think, out of this. And the game is not really made for this. This is really slowly paced and keep your time. You can't do really anything wrong. It's just a small little Middle-earth game. It plays in the Shire, where you can play a hobbit and yeah, immerse yourself a little bit in this cozy experience. Like I said, 10 inventory slots, not that great. Yeah, it definitely looks cute. It's a cute little game, but nothing more. I could imagine that people who have played Stardew Valley or, I don't know, Animal Crossing would expect a little bit more from a game like this, to be honest. But for some people, especially like my viewers on YouTube on my main channel, usually are not so deep into gaming by my experience versus my Twitch audience or my games channel audience, of course. As a result, I think for those people it might be interesting. Like we have the interesting experiments of having Rosemary play this game, and she watches my stuff on Twitch, which is interesting, but she doesn't really play video games herself much. And there the experience might definitely vary a bit. There's also wood we could collect, but it would just clutter my inventory currently. How much cash do we have? 240. That's not too bad. Very important to greet the animals, else Rosemary is angry with me. Yeah, we're supposed to talk to this dude. Farmer Cotton, that is the father of Rosie Cotton from the love interest of Samwise Gamgee from Lord of the Rings. Good day to you, Grub. Have you seen an old book? Hello, Hobbit. Found that book yet? Old Noak said he gave it to you. He gave me a book once? It was soaking wet. He said there were animal pictures in it. 3 hedgehogs and a dragon. I'm not sure I want those around the farm. But there were pictures of flowers in it, so I gave the book to Delphi. She likes anything that grows. Talking of growing things, would you like to try your hand at gardening? I've got a few bits and bobs to get you started. Here's an old watering can and a bag of seeds. Old Ruby left some nice garden beds. You'll be a gardener in no time. Is it difficult? Not really. Start simple and you can't go too far wrong. Even Orlos seem to manage it. Just go up your garden, you work out what to do. When everything is harvested, come back and let me know how you've got on. Pulling fine food from good tilled earth, there's nothing finer. In the meantime, find Delphi and ask her for that book back. We got some brown tater seeds. Classic. You can also buy seeds here. One thing I definitely learned is we should get a tomato seed early. Those you need very rare. Bean seeds are also not too bad. How much cash do we have, chat? That has 15. And we have 3 tater seeds already. So as a tip to people, I would get, like, if you want to get the ingredients and cook a lot and so on, it definitely is beneficial to have a garden full of vegetables. Some stuff you can also buy here. Oh, I forgot to read this line. I'm young Tom Cotton, my dad's old Tom Cotton. kind of, they have the same name, which is such a Hobbit thing to do. Cotton also appears in the book and also in the film. This is the guy with the giant pumpkin. His name is Tolman Cotton, but the people call him Tom. And yeah, one of his sons also in the books is also called Tom, so it's not made up. And yeah, the sister of Tom is Rosie, interestingly. Everyone calls him Farmer Con. Everyone calls me Young Tom. I'll see you soon, Mirabella. Good day to you. So we could also buy meat here from this guy. Currently we are too poor, but we just spent everything on seeds. And we're supposed to go now to Delphi. I think she's a brandybug. Yeah, definitely she's a brandybug. Oops. More a mistake. Okay. So what do we need to do, chat? We need to also... Yeah, I hope this answers the questions, Arturas, and other people in chat. If you have questions to this game also, feel free to ask. Or to Lord of the Rings in general or whatever. I potentially might be able to answer a lot of questions. But yeah, I kind of like the game. It's a bit too shallow. Don't expect too much of it. Performance, hope it gets a patch or two. What we're definitely going to do, though, is getting these fish here. The last fish I caught, I just put in back into the into our supply. However, I definitely plan on selling some of these fish here, and also plan some stuff. In theory, I also should talk to another character. The fishing minigame is fairly simple, but well, it kind of works, I think. It's not too complex. Basically, you have to always move the stick against the direction where the fish is swimming to. And hold a button to reel it in. And you should avoid the line snapping. How did you get money? I can show you in a moment. How do you earn money in this? Okay, I feel like my chat was broken for a moment or two and suddenly a lot of chat messages popped up. Okay, I really lost the... Sorry, chat. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, the YouTube chat wasn't updating probably. Yeah, why the heck? Why didn't my YouTube chat didn't update, chat? Okay, chat, I'm kind of confused. It also does not want to update... Okay, the one line is always kind of is a game map more or less detailed. The map is not that thing. So potentially, yeah, I don't know. Potentially you people have to rewrite your questions in the YouTube chat. I, for whatever reason, kind of missed a lot of your comments. I don't know why. My little chat window here was completely stuck. I don't know why. I was wondering, why is YouTube chat so silent all of a sudden? Okay, so we go here into this place. We sell, we keep... We keep 6 hedge mustards. The mushrooms we want to get rid of. We keep those fishies here. Because in the list here, you can see we already have the fishes. There's one fish that is has a salt flavor. And I can't go selling now. That's a very unfortunate turn of events, chat. However, we could plant seeds. So now we have also this. What do you call this thing, chat? Also, what is Gießkanne in English? I forgot. The watering can or something like that. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff from New World. There are potatoes. There was one... potatoes are in the game. Tomatoes was a thing. There was something Tolkien took out. You have to always consider the Shire is very anachronistic in a way. There's also like a clock in some of a Tolkien illustration actually of Bilbo on back end. You can see like a Swiss clock in the background. Eine Kuckucksuhr, as we say in German. I think Tolkien removed tomatoes because they are from America, but he kept tomatoes and other stuff. There's also Nicotinia, the pipeweed stuff, which is also from there. Sometimes he just said, well, whatever. How do you earn money in this game? You can sell, for example, your fish. That's very efficient in my opinion. You can also sell the stuff. It also took me some time to see that you can sell stuff. We'll come to this in a moment. In gaming, Punisher typically refers to a player or game mechanic that deals out significant punishment or consequences for mistakes or poorly play. What is this in silver spoons? 240 cash? Yeah, that's quite a lot. How lore accurate is it? For the most part, very lore accurate, I would even say. The only thing I noticed when it comes to lore accuracy... By the way, it's raining. As a result, I don't have to water the plants. However, we have now some seeds that we can plant. So let's say we plant us some nice taters here. You see that taters... That is a mechanic that is later explained in the game, which I will still already use. You can plant multiple things in one of these things here, whatever you call them, in the ground. And some plants like each other, so you get better results from what you get out of it. For example, what do you call it? In German we say mice. What is mice in English? Like I said, I don't know plants. Maize seeds? How is this pronounced, Rosemary? I don't know. Also, to see that, I have to scroll down the chat again. Yo, schlaf gut. Sleep well, Satyras. Have a good night. Thank you again for the raid. And so on. So we plan this here. And then, for example, we have this thing. Try to plant it in the corner so we have more space for other stuff and see if this likes anything of the other plants. No. So we could try to get 2 of these planted here. Here we have, though, a bit of space. The tomato does not like this thing. Go with a tomato here. Okay, tomatoes don't care too much. But the beans, chat. The beans. Beans are really good in my opinion because you can harvest them multiple times. Different for some other plants. And if you do it carefully, you can also get some taters here in. So yeah, the gardening minigame is pretty decent. Wheat corn. Maize is corn. Yeah, I know. In German we say mais also to it. But I'm not sure how it's pronounced in English. Wait, let's consult the Cambridge Dictionary for a moment. Like I said, my English is heavily influenced from playing video games and watching films in English. Usually they don't talk about corn. And plants and furniture.
Maize.
It's maize, like the maze. Okay. There is the labyrinth, the maze,
Maize.
and there is the plant. It's pronounced
Maize.
Any difference? No, me neither. Thank you, English language. Yeah, I'm not sure if you also know plants, Rosemary, so I'm very curious what you have to say later about these combinations, if they are how correct they are in comparison to real world. I'm not sure how much research they put into this particular mechanic. However, if I see this correctly, we plant all our stuff. It is watered, which is important, and yeah, so we planted here already. Amazing. Wrong. For information, maize has only 1 fruit per plant, okay? In German we always say when somebody makes a good joke, we say stark, which translates to strong. I think it doesn't work as well in English, to be honest. So what we also will do... Wait, we have to... Is it already evening? Maybe we can make it in time. Because she is right next around the corner. There's one Hobbit I definitely want to talk to early. Because I know the game already. I've almost completed it one time. The main story. So I'm luckily enough familiar with the stuff here. Is she here? Hello? Willow, are you here? Are you at home? Not sure if she is also in the inn. Can't see her. Would be great to... Maybe she's not spawned yet. You can maybe not... It would be great to invite her. Oh, there's her daughter. That's Daisy Took. Hello, I'm Daisy. I'm small. I can see that. This is Muma. She's an Oliphant. Who are you? I'm Mirabella Grab. Nice to meet you, Daisy. You too, Mirabella. Do you want anything? And we have to talk again to Mirabella you soon. Like, it would be great if you have like a voice line. For now, talk to her. Do you want anything? Goodbye. There's not much dialogue option you have here. this is a missed opportunity. Especially, they don't have any voice acting in the game. As a result, it's, in my opinion, a missed opportunity. Took. Yeah, in German, it's a German thing. In German, we say took. Ah, there she is. That is Willow. You're new here. My name is Willow Took. I'm Arabella Grubb. It's nice to meet you. You've got a lot of work to do to get set up here. That old hobbit hole of yours has seen better days. I might need some help. If you do, just ask. Thank you, Willow. I didn't say ask me, did I? Good luck, Hobbit. What do you want? So you want to trade then? Yeah, we can trade stuff with her, which is actually not too bad. Goodbye. I'm going to stand there all day. So we now met Willow Took, and we can now Nerisha Took. Exactly. What does our inventory say? Okay, we have here some peaches. Good. I miss. What we could do before she goes to sleep and before we have to also return to our place. There is wood here in the forest. Here, this here. You can basically collect this and trade this wood because I need to really go to bed and finish the day. You can trade this with Willow. You can also do this at any time. The trading works interestingly. Where is she? Oh no, she's sleeping already. Well, we have to come back the other day. But before we end the day, we have to... Like I said, I played already quite a bit. It's very important to be good with the right people. We plan a shared meal. I potentially need ingredients for that, or whatever. So we get her, and we get Farmer Cotton. Easy. Wrong button. Farmer Cotton, Willow Took. Send invites. I have to be a bit hasty here, because the day is almost over. Did I forget anything? Inventory. Now we have this here cluttering our inventory, but we'll get rid of this soon. Do I have... No. Are there biscuits? I'm not... there's a lot of cake and stuff. How is it that we have Hobbit snacks in Germany? Is it settled with the Tolkien estate? I don't know. Possible. However, it was important that we got the invite out, so we have the meal now ready. Further, you could also check. You see the plants already started growing. Usually it takes some time till they started growing. And you also see you have to water them. It's not raining anymore. Here we are the part of a lot of little busy work. So now we send out invites for these two hobbits. They will come to eat with us. Hello, Grub. It's nice of you to invite me. I'll try to be on my best behavior. Something salted can't be faulted. Salted, at this early point in the game, getting something salted. I don't have many recipes yet, so it will be tough. Wheat is easier, I think. I'm calling the lawyers. But to be fair, when it comes to trademark stuff, you have to defend your trademarks. Otherwise, you will lose those. So, inventory says we have this. Yeah, before we go anywhere, we go... Do I have to cross the bridge? Over there, I have to cross it. You can't jump or anything in this game. I don't know why I take the... You also skip if you want. Also check the forest one more time. I have to go to the forest for the next quest anyway. There is more driftwood. Driftwood? Not driftwood. What is it called? Windwood. And mushrooms. Too much stuff here to carry. But it's pretty nice. Very relaxing. Fortunately, we can't get down here. We have to walk all the way back again. But yeah, I see my backpack is full. It's a bit unfortunate. Yeah, with Willow, you can raid. She is here. And yes, you could, for example, say, I want... No, I can't. Because my inventory... That's a stupid mechanic, because I will lose it. I will not fully lose it, right? Where's the button? What do we get rid of? We get rid of these here. We have to trash them. I need one free inventory slot for this to work. So we can now get walnuts, which it's early in the game you rarely get. Hazelnuts, chestnuts. We just keep trading walnuts. There's also a way to just get 3 walnuts for 1 driftwood. I always call it driftwood. I don't know why. You can also buy furniture here with the shop. And in these shops, you asked me how to get money. I could just sell her the fish. And you see, one fish is 31, 32, roundabout from when it comes to price, 33 even. And she is a merchant. You can buy furniture here. If you press L1, you can sell items. And yeah, we are just going to sell the fish we just caught. And now we're back to 200. Rest of the stuff we will keep. And we go to... What is the next person? We do the quest. Find Delphinium. Delphi about... And ask her about the missing books. That's what we're going to do next. I have a feeling that Rosemary will have the same game time as me in Elden Ring. That would be impressive, to be honest. So Rosemary, you have 2,800 hours to go, I think. Okay, where was I? I want to find... yeah, we talked about what is the most obscure reference in this game. I'm not sure if it is a reference, but it's... I also mentioned it in my review video. But I suppose it could be the most obscure... Where is she? Ah, here she is. And that is her, interestingly. This is Delphi. And if you look closely, she has a wooden leg or a wooden foot. You think that's kind of unusual for a Hobbit, but very early on, I mentioned it in the other video. Very early on, when Tolkien wrote The Lord of the Rings, Strider, his name was Trotter, and he was a Hobbit, and he had 2 wooden shoes, so it seemed. But these were actually not shoes, but I always sold stuff. Awesome. It was not his shoes, but his feet, because he was captured by Sauron one time and tortured. And in this regard, he lost his feet, which he then kind of replaced or used wooden shoes or feet on. I'm not 100% sure, because it's a bit grim, if this is really a reference for that, but in theory, that could be a reference to a Hobbit having a wooden feet or wooden feet. I don't know. Trotter's feet guarantee a night of uneasy sleep for sure. The main obstacle is don't have the patience or even physical ability to play for that many hours a day. Even for a game, like I just play a few hours at most. Yeah, Rosemary also unfortunately has motion sickness. How is the motion sickness going with this game? Is it okay? How much is a fish? Scooter was ahead of its time. Strong. Okay, let's talk to Delphinium Brandybug. Hello, you must be our new neighbor. I'm Delphinium Brandybug, but that takes too long to say. Just call me Delphi. Hello Delphi, I am Mirabella Grubb. Lovely to meet you, Mirabella. Can I help you with something? So we can trade with her, and you can trade these hedge mustards, 6 of them, for 1 aromatic apricot jam. If you need anything else, let me just know. And I think only have 6, right? Yeah, I only had 6. It sells for 40 something. You could keep it and trade it later with another character, but yeah, I won't spoil that. Perhaps next time, then I'm always happy to trade. If you need anything else, just let me know. You find a lot of these mustard things, so you can always trade with Delphi, get the apricot gem, and then sell it for 40. You can also sell 6 individually, but then you only get like, I don't know, 18 or 24 or something. You get at least you get less. It's more. I'm not sure if it's more efficient because of the time you need to come here. I'm not sure actually, because I had taken motion sickness meds to go on the bus. Okay, that's nice. Have you seen an old book? Is it a healing book, Mirabella? It's a book of rules. Farmer Cotton gave it to you. Oh, that. I used it to press some flowers, but it didn't work. Why? The pages were damp. I'm glad you came by. I've got some odds and ends for you. A bit of a welcoming present. I've just got back. I've been out foraging for mushrooms and herbs. What's foraging? We didn't do that in Bree. I've just got back. So I don't have to. Where did your mushrooms come from? The shop. Mushrooms can be found for free if you know where to look. Nuts and berries, mushrooms and herbs. The fields and forest are full of riches, Mirabella. And you don't have to pay for anything? Look after the land and all the animals in it. That's how you pay for what the land gives you. How do I start? You see those butterflies? Follow them. They will lead you to where the goodness is. See where they take you. See what you find. I will. Make sure you come and find me after. I want to see what Bywater's given you. I've just remembered I took that old book to Willow's. It had pictures of an elephant in it. Little Daisy loves elephants. I would better see if Willow's got it then. You see, the quest design or structure is very simple, you know. They just send you from A to B, and this is just the big round where you learn the characters and so on. We skipped a little bit ahead by already talking to Willow, but whatever. I foraged something. It sounds like you found some real treasures. You're a natural forager. How do I get better at it? Keep practicing. The more you look, the more you'll find. My mother used to run the foraging club. It's a pity we don't have it anymore. Anyway, I don't get many visitors of late. Thank you for coming to see me. Thank you, Delphi. And we got rhubarbs, which is Barber in German. Oh, we looked it up. That is Delphinium next to Delphi. Yes. Doesn't she also... No, I want to spoil it. Elf large, this is a buttercup family that... Ach, nicht Rittersport, Rittersporn. It's funny. I just got hungry for a moment. Okay, so back, we have inventory space, we have inventory space. Oh no, chat, I did a mistake again. I could just sell it. I don't have to trash it. I can sell it to her. What do you want? What do we have for sale? And we sell... Oh, we can sell the apricot gem. You see it's 42. But one of these hedge mustards sells for 6. So 6 times 6 is 63. So you make a plus of 6. If you sell the apricot gem instead of selling them on their own. It's not that much. I thought it would be more. Didn't expect that the hedge mustards would sell for so much. But whatever, it doesn't matter too much. And yeah, we can also... Like if we... Another thing I noticed is selling the wood. You could sell her for 20. But you could also get 3 of this. It's 24. So, if you trade this for 3 walnuts, for example, I'm not sure if the others are more efficient at that. Then, yeah, we could sell the other stuff for 24, whatever. Oh, I also have a quest here, right? What do you want? Have you seen an old book? Delphi said you might have an old book I'm looking for. I know the one. Quite big, good corners. Used to draw right angles. A bit moist though. I gave it to Daisy. Let's ask her. Daisy's her daughter. There she is. We also talked to her. Daisy, love, do you have that old book with the elephant in it? Muma and me looked at the elephant, but then I gave it back to you. That's right, I was boarding up some rooms in old Ruby's place. I used it as a step. A step? How else can I reach those top nails? Jump? Poor Ruby couldn't manage that big place anymore. She asked me to make it a bit smaller. You could get Mum to open up those rooms again if you ask nicely. Very nicely. So you've got the book? No, I had pictures of it had pictures of cooking in it, so I gave it to Mrs. Cotton. Really? I suppose I see Mrs. Cotton then. You see, it's a lot of, okay, walk from A to B, and as an introduction quest, this is completely fine, I think. Oh, we also got some bacon here. Nice, nice. 63, 36 in German we say the numbers other way around. You know that better than I. I might have said it wrong, but I meant the correct number. The weird thing is we start to speak German again, you have to say the numbers the other way around again. So in German, in English you say 36. In German, we say 630 for whatever reason. Look at all the riches we got here. Okay, so where was I? We can't sell stuff, but what we could do already is go fishing one more time before we go to bed. Inventory is completely empty. We won't get 10 fish out of this thing here, I think, but at least a few. That was close, almost the line snapped. We're already in the red. Before we end the day, we can't go to bed, we have to do the meal, we have to do some cooking. It might be a problem actually, because I should have done the cooking earlier in the day. The problem is now I can't go to the merchants anymore, they are already gone. I have to try to get 2 meals out of, to cook 2 meals here really quick. Oh no, that's not looking too good. Well, we have, how many recipes do we have? Okay, I think I have enough for multiple recipes. I forgot which stuff we need to cook though. Sweet. Sweet is a problem. We can't do sweet, I think. Well, they have to live with what we do here, I think. This is sour. Here you can get this to sweet if you have sweet potatoes. So sweet is possible. Salty is impossible for us. We can't do salty right now. That should be sweet. Yeah. We don't have any other ingredient to help us with this. So they want chunky. So what you also can do is, I forgot it with the first thing, you can now, this I did not realize for a long time in this game, you can switch from the mixing bowl to the frying pan, and then you can move the dish towards tender with this, which is what we're going to do. Unfortunately, I don't have seasoning for it. That's a bit too low, but we can make the potatoes a bit more smooth. But yeah, we still have to do this a little bit. Fishing was hard in Ocarina of Time, potentially. So, chat, we have to go, I say 1 up. Perfect. We don't have to put it into the frying pan. So we could. I didn't expect it would move so far in this direction, well, whatever. But we're gonna text it 3-star meal. Pretty good. I have to kind of hurry. So we have to get another meal out. The problem is I think I can't do a salty meal. We have a salty fish. I can only get spicy. We can... We have like a lot of potential here to get also a good meal. I used... I can pause the game here, I have to focus a bit. Chunky, they say. So, do it like this. Put it into the frying pan. Okay, it's already a bit too close for my taste. Ah, screw me, I forgot to... I wanted... Nope. Didn't hit the spot perfectly, unfortunately. Well, whatever. We still have to hold this meal. So who do we want first? I would say we... I forgot who wants what. She wants salted wheat. Nah, whatever. And now you can basically serve the meal here. He wanted something sweet. Unfortunately, I don't have something salty for... she often wants spicy in my other playthrough. She's not happy. No, we at least got both to 2. Now we can ask them for new, like, they will give you after this here a new recipe. You can even trade him with her. Hello, Willow, I heard you had something for me. Why would you have heard wrong? I'm very kind and I do have a saddle of mutton stuffed with cheese for you. That is a recipe you can get to salty. But don't tell anyone. Something else? Nope. See you later. I think she was not that happy with my meal. Like I said, it's salt. I don't know why we got salty there as a option. It's very early to get this. Oh no, I gotta... on the English Twitch channel, which I didn't notice. Those cookie animations are great. Rock and pools. Ice and cools. Also, is the thing. The fluffy sheeps. No, the sheeps. The sheeps stay where they are, but we just will buy potentially mutton from this thing. Did you, I don't know, did you see the frying pan mechanic, Rosemary, when you played and were cooking? Something for me? Ah yeah, I wanted to get this here. Also have a gift. Of course I do! It's a creamy pumpkin soup. It's only right to give good hobbits a gift every now and then, isn't it? And it's a new recipe. Well, that's your lot. You need anything else? Nope, goodbye. See you, Mr. Farmer. Keeps a friend, not food. Starfish. Oh, it's evening. Is there anything we could still do? We could go fishing really quick one more time. To end the day. Just to be somewhat efficient. It's a bit unfortunate that my meal for... Nope, no fishing here. I could in theory go to the other fishing location. I'm not sure if I can even use it yet. I don't think so. Have lab meat. I don't think so. Yeah, it also told me, but I did not check when I can use it and when I can't. I want to get some sleep until next time, Chris and chat. Oh yeah, I wish you also a good night. Thank you for joining, the Bionicle fan. Nice to see you. Have a good night. Sleep well. Another pepperwood. Mushroom stuff. Yeah, we can fish here. I see the fishies already. You don't want to see too many spoilers. Okay. Well, I'm not sure how far you are in this story. That's smart if you got hooked in the gaming. Try Baldur's Gate 3 next. Yeah, that's a step from this game to Baldur's Gate 3. A rod and reel in the Shire. Not very far. Okay, we're also not very far. I mean, I'm kind of rushing a bit because I already know what to do. But yeah, this is, I don't know. Tales of the Shire. I would, oh, to be honest, I would have loved, oh, there's another fishy chat. Starting to talking like old Noaks, it seems. Last fish I can carry. Simple. I don't know. Is it though? I mean, yeah, the hobbits are simple, but like I said, they are anachronistic. They have glass windows. They have like they have bronze buttons on their waistcoats, and they have a mantelpiece to put something on. I don't know. That's nothing that you would see in, I don't know, Rohan or something. In the average household, they have a mailman or a postman. They have a sheriff. They have well-tended streets and bridges. They have clocks. They have definitely glass and all kinds of stuff. So usually I keep... Oops. Usually I keep some of these. Let me just check on the Fissure 3. I try to have 2 of each, which is what we currently have. It's good. Now, before the day ends, we have to also invite more people to another planned meal. Who else is important? He's actually... Oh, we want to spoil too much. It's not really a spoiler. If you go to this menu here, you can go to townsfolk. And for example, here with her, you can see what she unlocks. And she unlocks rooms in your place. So you can actually see this from the beginning as soon as you meet her. That's why. He unlocks like, yeah, trading stuff, fishing rod. So to kind of shop upgrade for young. They even know express trains. Yes, in very early versions of the Hobbit, Tolkien also dropped some names like so some names like what was it, chat? The Desert of Gobi or something. Wire worms from China or something like that. There's some interesting references in the book. Farmer Cotton gives us access to chickens. So yeah, to, for example, unlock more space in our Hobbit thing. I'm not sure where we unlock the garden stuff. That happens late. I think I know. But if you would invite her again, and him again, just power gaming this a little bit. We should get them to level 3 if I'm not messing up the cooking. Okay, it's already night. I have the plans. I was fishing. Okay, let's end the day. Send out invites. Also, I have to modify something on OBS really quick. The chat is, I think, a bit too... The last message is always cut off. Maybe it's not too bad looking it up. Fishing reels first appeared in England around the 1650s, a time of growing interest in fly fishing. Interesting. Hey Chris, I have to say goodnight. See you next time, always a pleasure. Yeah, glad that you joined. I wish you also a good night, sleep well. Thank you for joining. We'll also, I think, end the stream here soon because there's some... Is there some stuff I wanted to discuss? There's one cool reference. Maybe we can do this because I'm currently in my power gaming mode where I just try hard this game. I should have also bought more seeds from Farmer Cotton. Whatever. And our first crop is also done. Here it is, and we got shallot, and it's not a normal shallot. It's a 2-star shallot. That's because we did the planting right. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. We want to sell the fish. We need new seeds. There's also... And we got a little gift here. From this guy here. Good morning, Hobbit. I can't say to a nice home-cooked meal, even if it's not Lily's. I'm looking forward to it. Sour food on my plate would be just great. Good rhyme there. Chris gonna Chris, yeah. I'm a tryhard, what can I say? Hello, Grab. It's nice of you to invite me. I'll try to be on my best behavior. Sour taste again. So double sour is easy. I hope. Good morning, Mirabella Grub. Interesting food. The table was a bit wobbly, but it was nice coming down from the workshop. No one's cooked for me in ages. It was lovely. Thank you. Hello, Hobbit. That was a fine meal yesterday. You are nearly as good as Lily. Don't tell her I said that. Although it suited me very nicely. Have this with my thanks. So now we get some furniture, and we got cream from him. Sounds wrong. We even got 3-star cream. That is good. Oh, we have to put it here in our store. And now I can also show it. Can I show it? Yeah, of course I can. We can now place some furnitures here if we would want this thing here. Put it maybe here. For example, we could place this bench we have outside. I think we got a better bench. We get even... I like that the benches you get are also bent. Like a curve. Curved? Is this a word? Yeah, curved is potentially the word for it. So they fit perfect in your place here. You can't take Chris out of the Souls-like, but you can't take Souls-like out of the Chris. That's kind of true, I think. So we need sour food. Sour is a problem for us. We have to check our stuff. We have one dish that is sour, I think. But we need... Yeah, this is a problem. You can't scroll down. And we have 2 rhubarbs. I need more rhubarbs. Where do I get those? This one. We need 2 rhubarbs for this. We need oats and milk. How much milk do we have? Level 2 oats, yeast, and 1 milk. Okay, we need milk and oats. We need 2 rhubarbs. Maybe we can... Oh, we can't buy rhubarbs, I think. Unfortunately, mine are not ready yet. They would be ready tomorrow. Well, no, they come today. Oh, we won't get this in time. If we're lucky, we can buy some of those there, else we have to do a different dish. We could try something with fish and get it to sour. It's, I think, in theory, at least possible. Also, before I forget, we have to fish. Because the stuff we have to buy, so we need some cash. So yeah, but usually you get money from quests you complete. Does Mirabella have to eat? Unfortunately, no. She feeds everyone else and then she eats a little bit of it herself. It's kind of strange that you can't just eat on your own. But usually if you serve the dishes to the others, you see that a little plate is also in front of your own hobbit and seems like to eat as well there. It doesn't... You don't cook your own dish, it's kind of a bit unusual. We have one more slot left, and I have to go to the direction of the green dragon. My tryharding even goes in the direction when I start walking. I think it's faster to skip. But skipping, I also tested this with a timer. It's not faster to skip than to run, I think. At least not on a short distance. Speaking of tryharding this game. It doesn't sell any vegetables. Well, that's unfortunate. Baby marrow seed. Buy that. Goomba. Fennel. Garlic. Goomba is really expensive, I think. Strawberries. Strawberries, interesting. I only produced one pair. I only harvested strawberries once, and this was very late in autumn or something, or I think even in the winter. No, it was shortly before winter. It took for ages for them to grow because I planted them too late. But don't worry, chat. We can just sell him all the fish we just found. And we are back to some cash, which we spent next on stuff. Yeah, but you're just feeding everybody else. Like, it's kind of ridiculous how much money and energy and stuff you spend to feed the other hobbits all the time. Like, in theory, if you play this efficient, you have a meal every day in your house. And sometimes you say, okay, I need this guy, and this guy. So you have also kind of big meals with multiple hobbits. Yeah, it's really expensive after some time. This is a salty mushroom, so we want that. And here we have our good old friend, Mr. Miller, Sandyman. He is a miller. We buy the cheap. Here we have 2 oats that we need. Flour. How much flour do we have? We have none left. Would say we want to have at least 3. Barley. I don't have anything. We have to be a bit cheap here, chat. Whatever. Don't think we will need it. We have yeast. Whatever it's pronounced. Should have enough. Okay, chat. We got some new stuff here, chat. What else do we need? Pepperwood. Hops. You can also find this here in the town quite a lot. Generosity is the social glue that keeps the Shire economy afloat, but it also entrenches its class divisions. Yeah, that's true. So, ingredients. We were here. Is there? Do we need cream or something? We can look at the recipe. There's this here, recipes. There should be, it's a pie, I think. This needs cream. It only needs one. Rich rhubarb pie needs oats, which we have. We need cream, 2 berries. It would be sour. What the other dudes want. The most sour I can do. It's fairly simple. But no, it doesn't need. The other thing need cream though. Well, we should buy. It's very expensive, as you can see. We need milk. At least 2. I would like to get cheese and butter. But we also need cream 2 times. And you see, we don't have much left. We would now buy a mutton or so. I'm kind of poor again. Oh, I don't have enough space in my backpack. That's good, because then we can go fishing on the way. Do I need... We have hedge mustard, so we can collect it. If I wasn't on holiday, I would have played no more by now. I can imagine. I mean, to be fair, when I played this game here for reviewing, I really wanted to make progress, so I kind of felt, okay, it's maybe smart to know if skipping is faster than walking or something. Just because this game is a lot of backtracking and traveling from A to B all the time. A bit too much for my personal taste, but usually I think you play this differently when you want to immerse yourself and, you know, you just walk around a bit, you greet a few sheep here and there and other cute animals, and I don't know how you kind of play this. You're not supposed to play it like this, where you go, okay, I have to go there. No, I have to take this route because I know there is some hedge mustard on the way, which I need for which I can trade for jam later and sell it. And also I should do this and that. You know, it's not how this game is supposed to be played. I'm kind of aware of that. But on the other side, that's also how I play games. What was... Did they both said sour? If I remember correctly. Any cook? Sour? Yeah, both said sour this time. Should be possible to get 2 sour. The problem is I don't have enough of these... what is it called? Rhubarbs. Things. Don't have that. There's some berries. Berries also not that bad, to be honest. Now thinking of it. If I remember correctly, if you follow this path here up in the other direction, you have quite a few berries here on the way. There's also different ingredients and stuff you can get different seasons. Yeah, you're definitely not. You should not be in a rush. If you play this like this, or like I played in my very limited time, like if I get a review code, you know, we have to kind of use the time, get through the game, get your opinion in. to produce a video, because I wanted to release my video on Tuesday, and I was done with voice recording very late in the night on Wednesday already, and I felt like, oh yeah, here this place is the Lookout Hill. If you explore a bit, you might find it, and there's a little bit of things, and we see here a symbol, also some elderberries, which are bitter. Good to have some bitter berries. But yeah, this, of course, potentially a sign from a symbol of the white tree from Anor in this case, or the white tree is actually in Gondor, in Minas Tirith, and originally it was in Minas Ithil. But yeah, lookout, isn't here like a thing with a lookout tower where you can kind of interact with it? I was talking about the speed run. I mean, I really played it. I wouldn't say like a speed run. I definitely took some time to get a good impression and stuff in. But impression in, but yeah, it's like I said, it's not supposed to be played like this. Oh, here, raspberries. That's actually what I was also hoping for. They are sweet. There's another location. Oh, good, I should not spoil that much, right? I'm not sure if it's here, though. I don't think so. Inventory not full yet. Do we get some more berries here? Just looking for berries, or is this hops? No, it's raspberries. Nice. Okay, I hope for more. Yeah, some old ruins here and there. But of course, yeah, this land, as said, it was originally gifted by King Argileb II. He was a king of a kingdom called Arthedain. Kingdom, like there's Gondor and there was Arnor. And Arnor had like some strife between some heirs among the line. And then it split into 3 different kingdoms. Arnor split into Arthedain, Cardolan, and Rhudaur. It's difficult to say a name. You pronounce it like that. And yeah, as a result, this whole area has some leftovers of the Dunedain, of the more raspberry. How late is it? It's evening. So it makes sense that you find somewhere some ruins and you potentially see a symbol like this on the ruin that hints at the banner of the people of Arnor and Gondor. So in this case, a white tree. But to be fair, the white tree would more be a Gondor thing, I guess, than an Arnor, because Arnor had no white tree. Well, the white tree was here in Arnor for some time. When it was little, you could say. No, not when it was little sapling that was saved by Isildur. Yeah, usually these 7 stars that stand for the Silmarillion and so on. More what you expect. I still have to do... Oh, it's evening. We have to actually cook. Through me. Forgot about the stuff here. So I would cook this here because I get 2 meals out of that. It's more expensive. No, we're not taking the expensive cream here. Sounds kind of wrong, but... Okay, so that one's sour. So we have blackberries, quite a few. We can use blackberries. We can even use something sweet that gives us a combo while cooking. Sweet-sour combos a little bit. We actually are perfectly aligned already, so we don't have to do anything. Sweet sour. Stone backpack. Yeah, definitely. Like, the cooking mechanic is really complex. Like, there's this little mini game definitely has its... You can cook the berries. But you need to unlock the cooking thing for that, which we don't have yet. So we do this, and we do a raspberry. So we have another sweet-sour combo. Should do the trick, chat. You unlock different cooking stations, so to say. And then you can tender them a little bit. I can't do this because I don't have them unlocked yet. We have to... I'll say, well, that's best I can do, I guess. Flavorful backpack. Okay, so now we have to do the dining in the evening. Very late cake eating with these 2 guys. Got 2-star meals out of this, so it's not too bad. And we got 2 meals out of 1 rhubarb, so it's also good. Just see. Both are flavorful, but pretty much the same because I cooked them the same. Well, it just magically appears. I would assume a cake like this needs some form of heating. They just skip this step in a way. So when we have 3, we get our chicken. And we get also a new room. So that's awesome. And we got new recipes, which is kind of important. Good day to you, Grub. I heard you said something for me. Hello. Of course I do. It's only right to give Hobbit a gift. And then here it is. And we got him. Okay, this is actually also pretty generous of Farmer Cotton. It's very expensive to get those farming things where you can plant stuff in. Very nice gift of him. I heard you had something for me. Why would you have heard wrong? I'm very kind, and I do have something for you. 2 muttons, that's actually good. And remember, tell no one. Something else? Goodbye. See you next time. Okay, so now we go night. We run out of the thing here before they can block the door. Is Farmer Cotton's name in German That's a good question. No, it's not. How is it translated in German? Cotton. What's the name of rosemary in German? The last name. I have to do fishing. I can't look it up right now. Wollebau. Okay, now you complete the game. Maybe if I open the menu, I stop the game, I think. What are the language options? Languages? No. Adapedia. Ach, das ist die falsche. Hüttinger heißt sie im Deutschen. Rose Hüttinger ist die deutsche Übersetzung. In der Kriege-Übersetzung, also in der Karu-Übersetzung heißt sie so. Da heißt sie Cartoon. Cartoon? Ich weiß nicht, wie es ausgesprochen wird. Ist, ja, ein Wort mit arabischen Wurzeln, bedeutet Baumwolle. Interessanterweise. Finde ich eine sehr interessante Übersetzung von Kriege da. Yeah, I think that's the gag, that Wolle is the nickname for... yeah, I understand this. I also know a Wolfgang that I sometimes call Wolle. Hüttinger. Okay, we have to look... To understand this translation... Yeah, okay. Cotton. Okay, it's actually a smart translation. That's a very interesting translation then. So cotton is usually known as Baumwolle in German, and it comes from the Arabic. I think it's from the even. It could also be Hebrew. I'm not sure, but it comes from a different word when it means. Let me just see etymology. Cotton, Anglo-Saxon, or French. Old Italian from the Arabic. Cotton, yeah, that's where the other translation comes from. So it's more from the French direction, which was maybe either related or originally from the Arabic language area. I'm not 100% sure. The word cotton for Baumwolle. What's interesting though, cotton as a word can also mean a settlement, a village, and a civil parish. Can also have this name. It's also a habitational surname in Old English, and cotton in Old English means cottage farmstead, and that is potentially because it means that Hüttinger is a very interesting translation in this particular context. We would have to look up what Tolkien wrote in the nomenclature for the translators actually about this. Okay, it's night, chat. We have quite a few fish and they're all sour, which is not bad. I had one situation where I need to make a lot of sour meals and later on, and then I thought, okay, this fish stuff would be great, but then I noticed, screw me, I don't have enough fishes that are sour, so I usually, let's keep one at least. Oh, come on, not being stingy there. This here, also pretty great. All this other meal. So what we can do now is we have to invite people for tomorrow. So we invite Lily Cotton, that's the mother of Rose, and Rose is the daughter of Farmer Cotton. We can also meet her. I think we have we met Rose already? No, we have not. So she's not in the list here. We also should why do I need to invite Old No? I said for a moment I had the idea of, I should invite that guy. Why not? We sent the invites. Bad time, chat. I like the screen here, to be honest. It always looks really cozy. Summer has 8 days left. What was it what we have to do, chat? We have to check the fruits. Here we have them, chat. Here they are. We can harvest the plants. The day has come. And we can harvest the rhubarbs a second time, which is good. We have some nice taters here. Unfortunately, only level 1 taters. We put in a lot of effort. We have some tomatoes. We have some box peppers and some more taters. Unfortunately, we did not get a single quality 2 thing. Now I also know what I forgot to do. But yeah, we have now rhubarbs up back on the menu, boys. They do something wrong here. So what we have to do is get the seeds out. We have, first of all, what I should do first before I do anything is we can place 2 of these things. That means we have additional, in German we would say Anbaufläche. By the way, we can also change this window here. It was something I found also kind of, oops, nice. Like one big window, small round ones. I have to admit, I find this here kind of nice. However, chat, we have harvested. So, tomato does not like this. Okay. Basil, this thing here is not bad, but it also likes the tomato. Garlic. Kind of interesting. Oh, another tomato. Got a second one, which is not bad. Growing space, okay. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how to change stuff. Oh, we have strawberries, I just noticed. Who likes strawberries? Okay. Those 2 like each other. Why not? Usually the seasoning stuff likes a lot of other plants. Lettuce, also not bad. The rhubarbs. We just place here. And we have fennel. Who likes fennel? The beans hate fennel. So, I've not found any compatibility, so we put it here. Me. Don't forget to water your stuff. You can buy more of those things, but they're expensive. One of those is like 500 or so. They're relatively expensive. Maybe even 700 or so. We currently have 78. When we go fishing in a moment, we might have a bit more cash. I also should refill my Gießkanne. I think I like all berries. Yeah, I also like berries, to be honest. I like rote Grütze as well. It also doesn't help that I'm talking a lot of Grütze, but that's, I guess, another thing. So, your invite. You want something spicy? That should be possible. I'm coming around, so don't dawdle the day away reading this letter. You've got cooking to get get on with it. Hot, warm, gentle and all. If I don't have spicy, I'll have none at all. Good morning. How dear of you to invite me for a meal. Arabella laughed. The dish might taste bare if it lacks spicy flair. The dish may taste bare if it lacks spicy flair. Okay, they always have these rhymes. Excellent meal. Good morning, Mirabella Grab. Are you a clever hobbit? Maybe, I haven't decided. A talented cook? Even I can't argue with that. Your meal was flavorful and hearty, just what I needed. Thank you. And we got some cronies? Cronies? The wrong word. Whatever they are. I don't know all these weird English words. Hello, Hobbit. This was a fine meal yesterday. You are nearly as good as Lily. Don't tell her that. That is all. I assume my match. Okay, we got furniture and also, I think that's mutton. Come say hello. We like to make small talk every now and then in Bywater. Don't worry about not being here long. You're always welcome to say hello. When you've a moment, come and find me. We have a bit of small talk ourselves. Let's speak. We should speak. Come by soon, otherwise I'll forget. Inventory, we have... What is it? Conne. Is this correct? When starting... In the game, in real life... In real life, for sure. In this game, it's okay, I think. I mean, in the game, potentially, because the garden, if you would have here to start from scratch, it's definitely expensive. You have to get all these things, but if you, work a bit with Mr. Cotton, I'll give you stuff. Yeah, it's rabbit. We have 8 fishies of which we can sell, except we would have the... No, I think with this rod we can't get a better fish, but whatever. What am I going to do? We have to talk to the farmer. We have to sell stuff. In real life for the gardening stuff, but you'll probably read this in like 10 minutes. Yeah, I'm sorry that you're a bit behind, but I think it was okay. In real life, yeah, the real life stuff is potentially really expensive. First of all, we do the sale because we need news. We sell our fish. So purchasing. What do we need, chat? Definitely want to have... Rhubarbs are kind of cheap. Strawberries, expensive. He has now some potatoes. You see, 750 for like a corner thing. 1,000 for one of the bigger rectangular wood plank garden bed. And so on. It's really expensive to get these things later on. I would go fishing quite a bit. We could definitely afford one, but you also need the seeds for it. Pepper box is just 15. That's not that much. Bean seed. Fennel is really cheap, so we take it. The red taters. They are expensive as hell, chat. Look at the price. 60. We're a bit careful here that we don't run out of money too. Oh, he gives us also something. Oink oink. But let's talk more. Let's go for a walk, Mirabella. I make you an offer you can't refuse. Hey, Dark Viking, nice to see you. You can write in German, I answer in English. No, it's okay. You're on the German channel, you can always write here in German. Only, I stream it to the YouTube channel where people have to write in English, and there's also an English Twitch channel. Twitch.tv/ThePhilosophersGames. If you want to write in English, you can do that there as well, but nobody, I think, is currently watching, or maybe it's somebody, I'm not sure. I have a small gift for you. A chicken. But I can't give it to you here. Young Tom might see me. He's awfully attached to our chicken, this young Tom. But you could do with a good chicken, and we've got too many of the blasted things. So if you happen to find a chicken at your home, remember, I didn't say anything. Why is he called Young Tom? That's who he is. I'm Tom Cotton. He's Young Tom. He will make a fine farmer cotton one day. What about Rosie? What about her? Will she make a fine farmer cotton one day? Rosie? She can't be a farmer. She's a girl. She can still be a farmer. Don't always understand your Brie humor, but that one really is funny. So here we have the chicken stuff. But what do we need? Do we need any stuff here? We have to talk to Lily. Why? To ask Lily about the missing book of rules. Yeah, when we are here, we should also continue the quest a little bit. No, I just like writing English if people talk to me. Yeah, I can understand that. But in theory, you could just continue writing German if you want. What can I do for you? The problem is if you write in English, other people who potentially don't want to write in English also start writing in English. I don't know. He can't give away the chicken. He can give it away, but just so his son doesn't see it. Have you seen an old book? Willow said she gave you an old book with cooking pictures in it. She did. It had some good roast bird dishes in it. And there was a picture of a hobbit chasing a wild goose. That hobbit looked really fed up. I know how he feels. Speaking of cooking, I hope you are making some lovely meals in that kitchen of yours. Here's something to get you started. And let me tell you a secret. Use all the equipment in that lovely kitchen of yours to chop, boil and fry, and you get that perfect texture. Remember, smooth or crunchy, tough or tender texture makes taste even better. I thought that was a rhyme, so... Once you've cooked a few things, come back and we'll see how you're getting on. So, that old book was Ruby's in the first place. I gave it back to her. Where is it now? I have no idea, but I tell you who might know. Nora and Fosco. They were with old Ruby all the time. She taught them their letters. I'll ask Nora and Fosco then. You might want to be a bit careful there. They were awfully fond of her. It would be better to do it kindly. How about you show off your cooking skills and make them each nice meal? New happy memories will push away the sad ones, I reckon. I'll cook 2 meals and then write them an invitation at my writing desk. Awesome. Is there anything else I can help you with, Mirabella, love? No. Mirabella. Goodbye, Mirabella, love. It's always lovely to see you. So here we're in the Green Dragon Inn, in case you have not recognized it. That's where Pippin and Merry dance on the table and drink their pints. I'm currently grinding for my Wuchang Platinum Trophy, and I just somehow triggered a hidden ending. I mean, I don't mind, but now my plans are thrown over. Oh no! It would be funny if Lily said Tom would be useless as a farmer. Rosie will take over the farm. Yeah, that would be really funny. The famous Green Dragon Tavern. That's big Green Dragon. It's not as big as I thought. This dragon could do with a lick of paint. That's a big Green Dragon. Standing at this scaly sign, I feel quite excited. I didn't read, I just accidentally pressed the button. There have been many legendary stories about games at the Green Dragon. Like the year-long game of Horseshoe, they had to bring a rulebook all the way from Brandy Hall. And that Hollow Jacks game that went to 5 knock-ons. What? That inspired Tooth's Tuesdays. Maybe I'll add my own stories to the Green Dragon, but you can't stand here, Daydream Mirabella. Things to do. That's correct. We're currently in a financial... Well, we got just 50 currency from Lily, which is very nice of her. So we could... That's something we need, chat. Status. Oh, we didn't speak to the hornblower dude. We have 3 milks, no eggs, which will change soon. We got cream. Need 2 times cream, I think. I got... cheese, we get butter, then we have almost out of cash again. This guy here. Why, bless my barge and this Mirabella grab. Have I got some fine artifacts for you? Who are you? Hobson Hornblower. Purveyor of quality goods for the discerning hobbit. No refunds. For instance, look upon the fine silver swan, lovingly crafted by the elves. Some say that's not a swan, Hobson. That's an old duck. To them I say, have you seen an elf swan? Well, this is what one looks like a duck. I cannot discuss a price for such a rare artifact, but remember, for he who pays its weight in silver, dwarven luck will flow like a river. Yeah. Famous dwarf saying that. No thanks. Suit yourself, but remember, there's always a bargain when Hobson's around. Bless my bargains, you're here. So we can buy stuff here. We could buy salt and sugar. Salt you can use in the frying pan. Now we're down to 80. Now we can't pay our rent anymore. We need some chicken food. You know what I use for chicken food? Walnuts. I don't know why, but we can get easily we can get tons of walnuts. It also helps. I can kind of identify with it because I'm nuts too. I don't have my soundboard out, I think. Let's make the joke again. I can identify with this because I am nuts too. Didn't find the sound, to be honest. Question, what do we have to do, chat? First of all, we have to collect some berries in case we have to cook something sour again. Here's our friend, Mr. Chicken now. Bar is like... Good. Bargain. Okay. English language, always complicated one. The chicken chases me around. It's hungry. That means it wants something to eat, not that from Hungary. Chat, where on earth are the nuts? You know what? We just give me 2. The poshest chicken? Well, yes. Is this? I assume that's not a good thing. When I say posh, I always have to think of Spice Girls. I don't know why. Hey, Rosemary. I did not expect that one, I have to admit. You don't have nuts, you chose to play a Hobbit girl. Almost lost the fish here. I will see myself out, yes. Maybe a good idea. What was I going to do with the stuff? It's almost evening. I have to cook soon. Chicken is happy, has now something to eat. We have a chicken, which is already good. Doesn't like. Okay, here it would like, but we don't have enough space. But here, chat, look at this. I think there is a very tiny spot where it fits. Yeah. Can get both rhubarbs in, and we have these here. Look at those, chat. Oh no, chat, I don't have a field where I can really plant. Okay, no, I can't plant it here. Not enough space. Well, I think the best place then is here. I have to plant some taters here. Ah, screw me. Barely not enough to plant it here. No, it fits. Okay, awesome. Have to water something? No. Okay. The Wuchang, yeah, Wuchang I also want to try out soon-ish. We got the fish. I need to go fishing. I need to buy this. She leaves her store in a moment and I can't. Oh, me. Ah, no, chat. We missed the spot. I should have done the planting a bit later. Maybe her store's opened a bit longer because now I have the fish in the inventory. I could only trade... I can only trade wood with her, which we will do. I have to admit we don't see any easy to pick up wood here. It would... Ah, there it is. That would be unfortunate. Hazelnuts, that mushroom, but I want to clutter my inventory. I need one inventory space. I want to trade with her. Yeah, forest was not generous here. Doesn't matter, chat. We still get... Where is she? Oh, we can now also treat for meat. Oh, we take 2 walnuts. There you are. Let's talk a moment. You want to talk to me, Willow? I did. Follow me. We follow her now. So, why did I want to speak to you? I don't know. Maybe you wanted to get to know me a bit? Don't you have many friends? Of course I do. You are more of an acquaintance. But your friends were acquaintances when you first met them. They earned my friendship. Then you should earn my friend. Can I earn it too? Well, you've made a good start, I suppose. But you can't really be a bywater hobbit with half your hobbit hole nailed shut. I'll open it up for you, make your place more like home. Thank you, Willow. Don't get sentimental, goodbye, hobbit. So now she opened our front door. You want anything? You looked puzzled. You're right, Daisy, you look a bit puzzled. I'm puzzled. I've got this riddle to go, and I can't do it. Can I help? In the eye of the lake there stands a tree, and in its roots you'll find what you seek. What do you think that means? Oh, it's a riddle. No, it's a riddle. Nora has given it to me, and it says riddle at the top. Oh, right. Riddle. Nora gave it to you? She's teaching me to read and write. She said that when she was my age, old Ruby taught her to read. And Fasco and Orlo too. Now Nora's teaching me. That's very kind of Nora. Well, let me see if I can work out the answer. Is there still more to talk about? Goodbye. We have to talk again soon, Mirabella. See you soon. Too much progress. My name is Rosie. Who are you? I'm Mirabella Grapp. You must be that new hobbit people are talking about. Have you met my mom yet? Who's your mom? Lily Cotton. My dad's... That's Rosie Cotton, by the way. That's the future wife of Samwise Gamgee. My dad's Farmer Cotton. We all live at Cotton Farm. So that's easy to remember. I've met your mom. I'm sure you met all of us. We Cottons end up at the center of everything. I'll see you soon, Mirabella. Hello there, anything I can help you with? No, currently not. Why would... why... We should play this like Cyberpunk. That's true, where we make no progress at all. Yeah, I think I won't make more progress, Rosemary. So don't worry. Also, we're only playing like... by the way, I haven't saved the game once. So currently... We have played 4 hours. That's actually longer than I anticipated, to be honest. But yeah, time just passes by. So I have to still cook. You say that, but there's also stuff you haven't seen yet. Well, but we just ignore this part. We keep the fishies. Yes. We have to cook. What was the cooking requirement that we had? Hot and warm. I invited those two, so we have to do a spicy dish, which is not easy, to be honest. Don't have the carving, so we have to do spicy. What is good for spicy? Onion, potato. If you have one potato is... No, it's wheat. The normal potato would be spicy, so that doesn't work. Can't get this too spicy. Spicy is also not easy, I think, for us. I have bought cheese. Sour. Bitter. Bitter is possible, but spicy is difficult. Spicy is really difficult for us right now. I don't have a spicy fish either. Spicy is not a dish I can currently, I think, cook easily. With ingredients here, berries, it's not spicy, it's sweet or sour. No, I can't do spicy. That's a bit unfortunate, chat. So we just cook something cheap. Fish, onion, potato. Potatoes, we have a lot of fish. We have 4 flour, that's good. We have 3 shallots. We need to get more shallots, I think. We could go for sweet and a sour fish. And then potatoes. We have a lot of potatoes available for us. We have now salt, so we can even go sweeter or more salty if we would want to. I would make the dish too expensive, so we won't go with the seasonings. Chunky. Oh shit, I forgot to... I always forget to... Yo, Rosemary, sleep well. Thank you for joining. I hope I didn't spoil too much and maybe could answer some of your questions that you might have had when it comes to this game or so. I'm not sure. Hope I didn't spoil that too much for you. So we can now go to the frying pan. I would say we'd go with none because it's too expensive. Otherwise, we have to also look a bit at our budget. Assemble, yes. Potatoes. We need to go down one more into the direction of chunky. To just get it down enough. And then we also have to go to the frying pan. The sweet sour combo, well balanced, 3-star. That's how you do it. I can't do spicy as they ordered, or preferred. It's still the best I can currently do, I think. Like I said, it's relatively cheap to produce except for the shallots. Yeah, we don't have much selection there. Hey, so how cozy are the mechanics? I was looking at this game just this morning. I find it quite cozy. I guess the problem is a bit at some point I feel like the main story is a bit too repetitive from its tasks, and the game at some point stops adding a bit more complexity to it. And I wanted to make a review video for the game. As a result, I was kind of in a hurry. You usually should not play it like this. So it became very noticeable in this way of playing, I think. But if you take your time and, I don't know, spend some time greeting some ducks and other cute and sheep and other cute animals, yeah, you potentially maybe notice it a bit later. But I think there could have done a bit more here and there. However, the cooking mechanic here that we're currently seeing is definitely quite complex in the game, I have to admit. This time we put it to the frying pan here. Oh no, I forgot to cook it. Whatever, doesn't matter too much. We will get it right. Let me just think for a moment. The frying pan. Okay, saved it. Yeah, most chill games are very slow paced for full enjoyment. I burn through content too quickly otherwise. Yeah, exactly. That's a problem. Like I said, I wanted to make a review kind of in time, which I kind of did. Took a little bit too long to make it, but I want to rush through the main story, see what mechanics are there, what has the game to offer, unlock as much stuff as possible in the shortest amount of time. And then yeah, you just notice it. I also played in very long sessions. Because I got the game, the review code like a few days in advance to just get my impression here. I think it's definitely kind of cozy and it captures the Hobbit life quite well. I just would wish that some stuff in the game would later on be added additionally to the game. No, you wanted something spicy, but I can't cook spicy right now. Don't have the ingredients for that. The performance of the game is unfortunately not great though. I only play the PC version and it runs, I have a pretty good computer, it runs okay, but it should run much better on my system. As a result, people with a normal laptop or whatever at home, with no laptop or I don't know what, an old notebook, might run into a bit of trouble. No, it's not too bad to be honest. I also know how the cooking game works. Okay, old Noakes. Welcome back, Never Burn Money. I caught 3 fish. I heard you have something for me. Hello, Mr. Noakes. I heard you had something for me that is not a fishing rod. I do. You've done very well. Don't know what's wrong with a fishing rod. And we got a magnificent summer fish soup. What are you standing there? I have nothing else to give you. I caught 3 fish. We completed this little quest. What are you doing with Old Noakes' rod? You gave it to me. Why would Old Noakes do that? So I could learn to fish. Old Noakes doesn't know you. What's your name? Newcomer. Old Noakes remembers now. Did you catch anything? Yes. Good work, newcomer. Okay, the perspective here is a bit unfortunate, to be honest. You should not talk to NPCs inside your home. Good work, newcomer. Perhaps you have the makings. You have the makings of a fisher hobbit after all. You can keep the rod. I've got too many anyway. Now you've started fishing. You need to stick at it. There's many a good spot to find Mr. Fishy. Find some for yourself. And once you do, you can say you're a proper fisher hobbit. Thank you. You can say it, I won't. Why are you still hanging around? Go away, I've got fishing to do. Ah, nice. Some milk and some cream, that's good. Are you still up to something? No. Still later, Noakes also appears in Lord of the Rings in the film. Table we just noticed. What can I do for you? I heard you have something for me. Yes, I do. And we get another recipe. Mrs. Cotton's amazing autumn tart recipe. That's all I have to give you. Hope you enjoy it. Mirabella love. Is there anything else I can help you with? Goodbye. Okay, we completed this meal here. Did you take the hobbits to Isengard yet? No, I did not take the hobbits to Isengard yet. Okay, this is now for the people wondering. Rosemary hopefully is offline, but this is the new area. This is locked at the beginning. We unlocked it. We can lock the front door. And I have to change. I'm too stupid to hit the right spot. Make it a bit whole again. What else do we need, chat? We could go fishing one more time. The day's not over. And we get an egg soon. There's a bunch of fish. We need fish because we are kind of off. We have 38 cash. It's not that much. I did a mistake, chat. I forgot. Selling fish is a good way to get money in the game, I would say. It's amazing how many of these stone loach fish we find. There are more fish in the game. We need a better fishing rod in case people wonder. So tomorrow we can go and sell all the fish. And then fish a bit more. We have to keep some of the fish as well. This fish here, running a bit out of that one. Let's say we keep one of those. Don't head. We have none of those. 10,000. No urban money. It's not. It's the most tame game in that regard you can imagine. What I wanted to do... We have how many slots left? We have 1 or 2 fishies left here, which we can catch really quick. But like I said, the biggest problem on PC seems to be performance related. Can maybe get it to run or so occasionally, but it should run much, much better. I hope they patch this soon, because that is definitely a huge issue if they don't. Like, don't be fooled. I have a pretty beefy computer and it runs 60 FPS and constant and stuff, but this game should run on my machine with like 120 FPS. Like, no berries. Oh, we have to end the day. Also, we fall to... Oh, we have to really get to bed. Kind of used... Oh, before we get to bed, though, we have to plan a shared meal, and we have to invite these two. That's part of a quest. I said I didn't want to make progress, but... Yeah. Looks kind of beautiful, I have to admit. Like the art style I really like. That's good. When I saw the trailer the first time, I was a bit worried about how the game looks, but they definitely managed to make this look very nice. No complaints there. We had some beans though. This thing here, chat, this wheel, whatever that is supposed to be, that's kind of annoying. We got tomatoes. I would maybe wait for more tomatoes. Box peppers. And nothing else seems to be ready yet. And we have to water our plants. I have to buy shallots. We're running out of those. And our chicken friend got something to eat. Yeah, definitely Stardew Valley elements. I guess Stardew Valley is still the more complex and game that has, I assume, also more longevity than this. But yeah, it's not bad. Like, there's some very harsh reviews for those games, which in my opinion are a bit too negative. There are definitely points of criticism. Like, I would love if they had voiced the characters. I would have definitely upgraded the feeling a little bit, but yeah, well, I don't mind. Hello, Mirabella. I'm very keen to share a meal. I keep wondering what you might cook or who might join us. Like any good story, I crave a good twist. Strong, bitter flavor would not go amiss. So they want bitter. Bitter is, I think, possible for us to cook. Graciously accept. Good morning, Mirabella. It's a pleasure to be invited to a meal with you. I'll be there. Not sweet, not sour, and something to savor. The many ways to taste bitter flavor. Okay. Hello, Grab. That meal yesterday, it was actually good. I wouldn't mind coming round again. Feel free to invite me whenever you like. Hello, Mirabella Love. Thank you for hosting a lovely meal yesterday. The cooking is coming along nicely. You master it in no time. Feel free to visit if you need some good company. Could you check on my lad? Could you do me a favor and look in on my lad, young Tom? He seems to be a bit down recently. He doesn't like talking much. Could you be a dear and see how he is? So here's some more quest stuff. We have some berries, we have fish, we catch some more. Well, I should also end the stream pretty soon. Wanted to talk a bit about the lore. We talked about some of the references, like Gandalf's ring should not be maybe shown. Talked about the wooden leg of the woman. We talked about the tower ruin there, the background. Like I said, this was once part of the kingdom of Arthedain, so the Numenorians in exile built some stuff here. Makes complete sense that they had towers, watchtowers, whatnot as infrastructure, and it's long in ruins since the kingdom doesn't exist anymore. So that kind of works. There are other references we could potentially discuss here and there. For example, the classic is Fell Winter that's later mentioned, where there's some wolves crossed the Brandywine. The Old Forest was mentioned. Bree, the Prancing Pony, all the classics. Didn't look at my inventory space. 10 out of 10. Okay. Got 10 slots. All the fish. What do we need to do? I need shallots. We said. Oh, I can't. I have to head off to work. Thanks for giving me a preview. Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind. That's the wrong phrasing. I'm glad you found this useful. And I wish you a fantastic day. I'm not sure which time zone you're living in. But yeah, have a good one. I hope this was in any shape or form helpful. If you have a question or so, feel free to ask. Or maybe if something comes to mind you want to know, you can also write in the comments or something later. Okay, so we are going to sell all these fish because we need some cash. So we're back to actually some money. We need this here. These are really expensive. It's 100 just gone. As strawberries, interesting. As seeds. Rhubarbs are really not that expensive. Not that expensive. Garlic's not that expensive. Fox pepper. Do we have tomatoes? 40. Crap. What a ripoff. There's a good fairy that keeps the community together. Yeah, that is kind of my thing here in this story. Definitely. Capitalist hobbits, yeah. Well, to be fair, if you invite them and you do it right, they usually gift you a lot of valuable stuff at times. But yeah, I think... Let me just go my notes I had for the review. I made some lore notes there as well. There was a lot of questions about lore accuracy in the game. And that's always like, or something that people wonder. So far, I felt like most of it felt pretty accurate. There were some minor details where you can say, well, that's maybe a stretch, but in theory it's plausible. But like Gandalf wearing his ring, I think he would not openly wear it. He would kind of magically hide it like Galadriel. Notes. Where do I have my notes? Notes. There it is. We talked about the glasses at the beginning. Like I said, it's kind of plausible that the Shire has glass, so in theory glasses could exist. Land from the King, wooden leg, Winter. Oh yeah, there was an that's another lore detail that we haven't discussed too much. No, we can't discuss because it's not we're not far enough in the game. But there's actually a character we haven't met yet, where we could just do this really quick. That character is Nephi. We have not met her yet. That's maybe also like one of the classic questions that might come up in this regard. Yes, I know where she is by... I don't need the birds. And that's a dwarf. And this is a female dwarf. Nephi, at your service. To my service? Yes. What does that mean? It is a proper way for dwarves to greet. You're a dwarf? Yes. Bless my barley. I thought dwarves were supposed to be short. Not as short as a hobbit, but you are tall for a hobbit. I know my mum says it's because I spend all day standing in manure. I see. I don't, though. What work do you do? Work? I'm a farmer, I guess. Why do you guess? Because I don't know if I want to be a farmer. You are a farmer by mistake. No, but my dad's farmer cotton, and I'm supposed to be a farmer too, the same as my father. But no one ever asked me if I wanted to. I understand. Heart desires one thing, but body must do another. Yes, I didn't think anyone from Bywater would understand. Perhaps because I'm not from Bywater. What is your name? Tom Cotton. The same as my father. But everyone calls me Young Tom, otherwise it's a bit confusing. You can come to my forge again, Young Tom, if it is helpful. It is, thank you, Nephi. So, Nephi is also a character. And hello, Nephi at your service. Nice to meet you. At yours and your families. And your families. I'm Mirabella Grubb. Interesting. What do you mean? You want to be friendly? Yes. Are you lonely? No. Are you strange? That is why you have no friends? You do have friends. Then why friendly? What do you want? I don't want anything. I thought I would say hello. Are all hobbits like this? Yes. Except old Noakes. And maybe Willow took a bit. We Khazad is the name for the dwarven term for dwarves, do not make fast friends. Making friends is like ice fields carving the mountains. Powerful, mighty, very slow. So you have no friends in Bywater. I have a friend, my duck. She is called Leddle. You will see her around. Perhaps we will become friends too, Nephi. Perhaps we will, very slowly. Goodbye, Hobbit. Have you not seen a dwarf before? Do you want to trade? So here we can trade eggs, interestingly, for bacon and pork. Which is not bad, to be honest. And bacon grease, I'm not sure. Suspicious dwarf, next time. At your service, Hobbit. So, Nephi is actually a female dwarf. That is not 100% lore accurate. Because, so first of all, we see that Nephi has a beard, even though she's a female dwarf. Some people might find this off-putting, but Tolkien indeed described female dwarfs as having... Well, let's put it differently. Female and male dwarfs are very difficult to differentiate from each other if you are not a dwarf. So for other races in Middle-earth, for other species, folks, however you want to call them, they have a hard time differentiating between a male dwarf and a female dwarf. In The Lord of the Rings, which is the ground for this, I often read this. Let me just hope I find the quote really quick. That is funny, that I guess another female dwarf where it is named. I just looking into my notes and found this. Her name is Böswilder. Böswilder. It could be Böswilder. I'm not sure how it's pronounced exactly. It doesn't matter, it's an Old Norse name. Yeah, female dwarfs have beards. In Lord of the Rings, I can read from Lord of the Rings Appendix A, which other texts they don't have access to anyway. There it is not directly stated, but only implied. Dís was the daughter of Throin II. She's the only dwarf woman named in these histories. It was said by Gimli that there are few dwarf women, probably no more than a third of the whole people. They seldom walk abroad except at great need, so dwarf women usually just don't walk around. Only in great need, according to Gimli at least. They are in voice and appearance and in garb, if they must go on a journey, so like to the dwarf men that the eyes and ears of other peoples cannot tell them apart. This has given rise to the foolish opinion among men that there are no dwarf women and dwarfs grow out of stone. This is a story Gimli also tells in the Lord of the Rings film by Peter Jackson, when they are leaving Edoras, the capital of Rohan, to Helm's Deep, I think. And then he is telling the story and people laugh at that. And then the horse, he loses control of the horse and falls down. People laugh even more. So, yeah, that's kind of the story here. So, it definitely implies that dwarf women look very similar to men. There's an indirect implication here into this text that if dwarf woman would not have a beard, they would be easily to differentiate from a male dwarf, but people can't do this, so dwarf woman must have a beard. Interestingly, in this context, there is from this text I just read, there is let's say there's another text Tolkien wrote on a different occasion, kind of, but it's very similar in the wording here, that is published in the book War of the Jewels. And there we can read the following. The Naugrim, that's the Khazad, or Naugrim is a word, is one of the many names for the dwarves. And that Naugrim is the Elvish word for the dwarves. That I should kind of explain. So the Naugrim were ever as they still remain short and squat in stature. They were deep-breasted, strong in the arm, and stout in the leg, and their beards were long. Indeed, this strangeness they have, that no man nor elf has ever seen a beardless dwarf, unless he were shaven in mockery, and would then be more like to die of shame than of many other hurts that to us would seem more deadly. For the Naugrim have beards from the beginning of their lives, male and female alike. So in this text, Tolkien explicitly states this. Nor indeed can their womankind be discerned by those of other race, be it in feature or in gait or in voice, nor in any wise save this, that they go not to war, and seldom, save at direst need, issue from their deep bowers and halls. It is said also that their womankind are few, and that save their kings and chieftains few dwarfs ever wed, therefore their race multiplied slowly and now is dwindling. So there's some strange is a stupid word for that, it's just unusual. The dwarves are quite unusual. I like dwarves a lot in Tolkien's universe, and so from her appearance you would not be 100% sure of, is this a man or a woman? This perfectly fits what Tolkien writes, just appearance writes. What's not perfectly, or what is a bit unusual in this context, first of all, of course, the voice you hear, it's a female voice when she talks to Nephi, but that's just a very small detail, like whatever. They have to give you some kind of hint. Usually people say, yeah, she to her, when they use a pronoun. Further, like read in the appendix text, if they must end in garb, if they must go on a journey, so like to dwarf, they seldom walk abroad except at great need. So what we have not figured out, I've not figured out what the great need is, that she is not in her halls in a mountain. That seems very unusual for a dwarf woman to open a forge in Bywater. That's a little bit inaccurate, even though the appearance and so on, everything is fine. Just the fact that we have a dwarf woman here is unusual. In the Tolkien Lord of the Rings book, in Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, there is a mention of dwarves being in the Shire. Multiple mentions, actually. For example, when Bilbo leaves the Shire after his birthday party, he also is accompanied by two dwarves. And we also know from The Hobbit that dwarves went there at some point. And if we look at the map, for example, we will see that there is... If we look at the map, somewhere here is the Great East Road. Maybe this one here, I'm not sure. It could also be on the other side, to be honest. I'm not sure which side of the river is the Great East Road. I think it's south of Hobbiton. Let me just look it up. Just don't want to tell you nonsense here. The Great East Road, yeah, it is south of Bywater. So yeah, this could be the Great East Road. And this road leads from, I don't know, the Tower Hills, potentially even Lindon, over to the other side to, for example, to Rivendell. So to the Misty Mountains. And for Rivendell, there's the high pass. There you can go further and go further. He ate shared meals. So yeah, but I would say we save it here. There was something I definitely wanted to briefly also talk to, kind of accomplish my task of talking also a bit about the lore, not just here cozily playing the game along. But yeah, it's not a completely bad game. It's not. I think there might be better cozy games for sure. Though the main stuff they definitely kind of accomplished there. Like depicting the Shire very well. Most stuff is lore accurate. You have some of the side characters or side characters that are mentioned in the Shire from the book that appear here. Not all of them. Some are just name dropped here and there. Like later we hear about Bilbo Baggins. I think we already heard about Bilbo Baggins, right? That's a dialogue with. I haven't talked to her yet. Funny. No, she is Nora Burrows. She tells us, yeah, he's even mentioned here in the description text of Nora. Raised by the Cottons with her brother Bosco, Nora is deeply inquisitive by nature, inspired by the stories of Bilbo Baggins. She's an avid collector of madams, each with its story to tell. Are there any questions in chat left or so? I'm very curious what people might think about this. It's a very cozy game. We actually made quite some progress in Act 1. We're 68% through it already. How late is it? Oh god, and we have to go to bed. So chat, let me just open my other window here. Yeah, but it's a nice little cozy game, and I enjoy it a lot at the beginning, and then later it becomes it stagnates a bit mechanically, and then it becomes a bit repetitive and boring, I have to admit. So I would kind of play it at a very, very slow pace, as somebody already suggested in chat. It's easy. But yeah, it's a nice game. If they can definitely fix the performance issues, I think Lord of the Rings fans that are interested in a little cozy game with a little story. The story here is nothing that is kind of world-changing. It's not like The Lord of the Rings. We'll go on an epic journey and fight the forces of evil in a way. That's not the story. It's very small. It's just little Shire stories. There's a bit of gossip here and there. There's a bit of I don't know, little Shire Hobbit problems that you have to solve. Mainly of the Hobbits here wanting that Bywater is recognized by Mickle Delving, which is kind of the capital of the Shire. It makes sense where the administration sits of the Shire. And also town, and yeah, they want to be recognized as village, and around this idea the story is you have to do a lot of fetch quests and go there, talk to this guy, go there, talk to this guy, invite those two to a meal to progress a story, cook a meal for me, do this, catch this, bring this to A to B, find this and bring it to me. Stuff like this happens all the time. The quests, or the main quest at least, not the most interesting, to be honest, or when it comes to the quest design. It can, like I said, the game is maybe a little bit too shallow. The cooking system is good, actually, like really good. Like this has some kind of complexity and adds to this if you figure stuff out and so on. I maybe spoiled a bit too much already in the stream how the cooking works. I think, more interesting for people if they find out these mechanics themselves. But yeah, there's something actually to be discovered here, if that makes sense. And you can... And interesting. If you don't like cooking in these kind of games, then maybe it's not for you. But cooking is, I guess, one of the biggest mechanics here. And the other stuff is just to immerse yourself, invite some of the other characters, have a meal with them, explore some of these little stories here and there, do some fetch quests, go fishing, and especially exploring stuff, finding some stuff along the way, the foraging stuff, of walking around, finding food in the forest or whatever, the mushrooms. That works perfectly fine in my opinion. And is kind of nice with a lot of little Easter eggs and references that you can find in this game. Stuff like that. The waypoint system with these little birds that show you the way, that's, in my opinion, definitely very cool. You can see now the bird lands here and says, go to the left. Okay. Follow the birds. That's a pretty cool system, in my opinion. Very, very subtle. That's such a good idea. Maybe actions lead to the dramatic actions lead to the dramatic consequence of Lord of the Rings. I don't know. Maybe. But yeah, chat, I have to really end the stream. It's very late. I'm yawning all the time. But sorry for that. I mean, the dwarf story I told so many times here on this channel, you might be a bit bored hearing it for the millionth and one times. But yeah, I hope you found this here in any shape or form interesting. If so, feel free to press the like button, leave me a comment maybe later under the VOD. I also made a review for this where kind of, that is not really lore focused. This year was more about playing a bit, showing, giving you my impressions, a little preview, and also looking a bit of discussing the lore here and there a bit. If there were any questions and so on. Also reuniting with some of the chatters that I know from all the lore Q&A streams. I know people missed my lore streams quite a bit. I haven't done them in quite some time. Want to bring them back a bit. Currently struggling, kind of finding the right balance there. But yeah, hopefully I can get this to work, kind of. So, anything I forgot, chat? If you have questions or so, or any comments, feel free to post those in the chat. Hey, Rico Thingol, nice to see you. Great to see you back here. Need to watch the stream from the start. Yeah, do this. There's a bit of German in it because on the German Twitch channel, I got raided like 2 times. So I had to kind of welcome the raiders, explain what's going on here because usually I stream there in German. I thought, well, I can also stream there in English and just stream to all the channels. So we get quite a few viewers here. I have like 40 viewers on my max on my YouTube channel, and that was a maximum. Like currently I'd also like 17, 20 on the German Twitch. I'm not sure how many people watch on the English Twitch channel, to be fair, because I stream so rarely there. Currently I think nobody's watching. There was a few people who were also there here and there. No, I go to bed now, Balder. I know you would love for me to continue on the German channel and play some Cyberpunk very slowly. Or I don't know what, but I'm really tired. I went to bed the last few days always so late. I recorded till 3 in the morning or 3:30 in the morning, the review yesterday. I will unpun on this, yeah. I really, really need to go to bed, chat. I want to get up earlier and a little bit with an hour or so more of sleep tomorrow to accomplish that. I have to do this. So I'm a bit sorry for Rico Thingle. I know some people just coming back from, I don't know, their busy day and are curious what they are. But the VOD will be there here on this channel. The problem for the channel view people, for the YouTube people, is there might be a ton of ad breaks because I can only reduce the ad breaks on the channel when I what was I going to say? Can reduce the ad breaks. Yeah, the video has to the VOD, especially if it's 5 hours long, it takes some time to process, and after that I can change where the ad breaks are. I will reduce them to a small amount, but maybe if you don't want to have an ad break every, I don't know, 6 minutes or so, I'm not sure what the YouTube standard setting is, then maybe wait till I have fixed that, but it could take a day. I appreciate that. If you want to support me, let the ads just run. I definitely appreciate that. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thank you for watching, people. I hope, yeah, this was interesting for you. I have to admit, we didn't talk that much about the lore of the game, I think, in the stream, but we talked a little bit about it, so there's definitely that. Just playing a bit, giving you the gameplay impressions. These were the first 5 hours roundabout of the game, and I really speedrun these 5 hours. So, well, not fully speedrun. I could have played even faster than that, to be honest, but I definitely tried to show you, give a good impression of the beginning. My recommendation is, if you get this game and play it yourself, play it slowly, because this game, like I said, at some point it stagnates a bit. So if you spread the stagnation out as long as you can, then everything is fine, I think. Then when you say, okay, now I'm done with it, I want to complete the story, and I can just rush through it and have everything anyway. Like I said, the core of the game is actually solid, in my opinion. There are definitely better cozy games than Tales of the Shire, but it's not like a complete catastrophe. It's decent, I would even say, in many ways. The problem is, like I said, if you rush through the story, you notice the following. At some point, the game mechanics and so on don't develop any further, and this stagnates, and then the main quest is, just from its game design, not that interesting. So we notice, okay, stuff is really repetitive, and they kind of really try to stretch the playtime here, and so on and so forth. So there, like, for people like me who enjoy very complex games and so on, and are a bit try hard when it comes to these kinds of games, and want to master mechanics and so on and so forth, this might not be the right game for you. For people who are kind of not the classical gamers, who maybe play a game here and there but are not too deep into this might be perfectly fine, to be honest. The biggest thing, and that can kind of diminish your enjoyment. Hey, Time Lord, nice to see you. Can diminish your enjoyment is the performance. This was now the PC version of the game, and I run it on a really good computer. And we got roundabout. I always had the FPS counter on the top left. You see, it's always round about 60 FPS. To be fair, it would be a bit higher if I would not be streaming to Twitch channels and YouTube at the same time. So this costs also a little bit of computation power. But to be fair, on my system, a game like this, even on 4K max settings, should run much, much better. Like when Cyberpunk gets, without ray tracing, max settings, 4K, FSR, re-put to performance, I get more consistent and better frame rate in Cyberpunk than in this game. Then this game does something wrong. needs a patch or two to maybe get the performance issues sorted out. Here it ran okay and gives you a good impression, and it's perfectly fine playable for me like this, but it should be a bit it should run better, and if you play this on an old laptop you could get into trouble. So maybe wait a patch or two, or be a bit patient, or expect some problems and fiddling around in the settings of the game to improve the performance there for you. It might be possible. It might also be that my specific graphics card and CPU whatnot system combination cause a bit problems. I have heard from other people, like one guy at IGN, he said he plays on a high-end computer. I would expect that the reviewers in IGN have like a pretty top-notch system running, like at least, I don't know, a 5070, 4070, 4080, 5080, or maybe even a 4090. And he had severe stutters and problems in his playthrough. Not sure how much time he spent fiddling around with the settings there, but I can definitely see that the game runs very terrible on such a powerful machine. That's never a good sign. And like I said, the Switch version, what I have seen, runs okay-ish, it seems, from material, hearing from other people. Some people say it runs like trash on the Twitch. I guess it depends a bit on how you perceive frame rate and stuff like that. Like I said, this is maybe a game for people who not usually game a lot. They might not even notice these problems, but when you're like me, you want your 60, at best 120 FPS in your game, then, well, it's not hitting that spot. Read the Silmarillion recently. Oh, nice. Yeah, the game is this is quite a game. This game is a chill game. Yeah, exactly. It's a relaxing, cozy game where you immerse yourself a bit in this little world, do this little fitting tasks and problems and quest lines that are fitting for Hobbit society, because they have their own little problems, but usually they keep the outside world outside and just do their own thing and have their own Hobbit stories, so to say. And there's nothing big going on in the game. It's really about going on a hike, collecting some mushrooms, cooking something, finding some nice ingredients, saying, oh, cool, new recipe, unlocking some stuff here and there, inviting over some other hobbits for a meal, progress the story here and there a little bit. That's kind of what you do in the game. If that is what you expect, you can have definitely fun with it and enjoy it. If you are like me, more of on the I don't know, I have like thousands of hours in Souls games and stuff. It's potentially, I'm not the ideal target audience or the ideal person to play a game like this, but yeah, I try to be really fair with it. Yeah, Rosemary, I think, is already went also to bed, so that's usually a sign to end the stream. For the German viewers, since we have 15 people there on the German channel, I would rate somewhere if there's somebody online, or so I won't cut off the German stream instantly, but maybe a moment later. Oh, Ward has his match against Blaze. So that could be cool to rate. Anybody else? Ari, I could wait. I think I rate Ward. He also streams potentially in English, so might be fitting, right? I hope I don't distract him there. Or his match is already done. I hope I don't distract him, chat. Wait, let me just mute the audio here. They're having a discussion, so it seems like the match is over. That's good. It could mean, though, he ends the stream soon, so maybe I shouldn't rate somebody else. Whatever, we think about this in a moment. Maybe I should just end the stream here for the English-speaking folks for the time being. So, yeah, I also have to update my card here. I don't have a Twitter account anymore, and it's a thing. So there's still the Instagram account. I have now Blue Sky and other stuff, like all kinds of things, but Twitter/X is gone for me. Is there anything left to say, chat? I don't know. I have to still check comments on the review. I haven't done this. Very curious if people really watched this. No, we actually got quite a few views already on it. Oh, also, I said in the video, also something that went to my mind in the review video. I said that, hey, Mr. Marmello, thank you for your generosity. Much, much appreciated. Yeah, the soundtrack. I said the soundtrack is fitting, but there are not that many tracks in the soundtrack. I feel, though, it kind of works as background music for the game. What you could do is simply go to the settings, just mute the music, and just run the Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson soundtrack from Howard Shore in the background all the time. That would also work. You can listen to your own music if you want. So that's definitely an option, but the music is fitting, works very well. Maybe could have gotten a few more tracks, I think, but that's maybe just me. Love the shrooms and the Shire. Yeah, nice. Mushrooms, there's a lot of mushrooms to collect and there are many recipes that need them, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, and the Shire also. Such a nice, relaxing place. Like, the contrast is very stark to the games I usually play, which sometimes make you sometimes are infuriating. And here it's just, oh, I walk through the forest, collect, oh, there's a little, I don't know, chestnut. Oh, there is, I don't know, some mushroom I take on my way. And then here there's this pile of wood which I trade for some walnuts. Stuff like that. It's very cozy. It works. I like the art style. It works also perfectly fine. And I think when the game would run great, and maybe, I don't know, maybe they expand a bit on it if it's kind of successful or not, hard to tell. I definitely hope, though, that they fix the performance issues or for some people, because I think a lot of negative reviews you get definitely take into account that the game did not run well. The IGN guy, for example, said his game crashed like, I don't know, so many times, like he had to replay one day 5 times. If this would have happened here with me, I would also, my review would be so much more negative. Like, if you have technical issues like constant game crashes, that's the worst. That's absolutely the worst. Like, it ruins your experience and makes you angry, especially if you're in a hurry making a review and having to replay sections 500 times, 5 times or something. That is annoying as hell. Especially, he said at one point there was one section the game crashed kind of constantly, and yet he was soft locked, so and couldn't progress beyond this point. If he got potentially earlier review code than me, and he said there was a patch out that fixed some of the problem, then stuff went a bit better. But you have to keep in mind the perspective of the reviewer when people give a very negative review as well. And performance problems are always a reason to a huge point reduction in your final rating. It's always a very good reason for that, because you pay money for these games. They should run great on release. that's always the good news is they can be fixed after some time. Cyberpunk on release was also a complete catastrophe with bugs and problems and whatnot. And they made a very, very good game out of it over the years and patching it, but it definitely also shows the game would have needed a lot more development time. Here, though, it seems solid. I didn't see many in-game bugs that were kind of game-breaking. It's just performance issues. I hope they can kind of sort those out soon. So that would be great. But yeah, I'm repeating myself. Thank you, people, for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream, had a good time here. And I hope to bring back more frequently content now again on the main channel. Maybe we do another stream and continue a little bit, giving you people time to play a bit game. Because I definitely want to finish the main story. I feel like the card, if I open the quest menu, says epilogue already for me in my latest save file. And story-wise, it feels like, okay, there's only like one more thing that's missing. It's maybe a couple of like an hour or two that's missing to complete the game. I could be wrong though, I don't know, but I would expect that I could. But I will punch myself on the ear now. Okay, hau dich mal aufs Ohr. So, thank you people on the English stream for watching. I shut up for a moment there and maybe keep an ad running or so. Like I said, when it comes to ads in this video, there might be the problem of I have to reduce the amount of ads in the VOD that happens after the video is processed, which takes some time. So for the time I don't have access to the options. YouTube just sets a standard setting for this, and YouTube likes to add a lot of ads by default. You have to kind of manually reduce them a bit. Sometimes it's ridiculous, especially in these long streams. Whatever. Thank you people for watching. Have a fantastic rest of the day. And thank you for your support and being so generous here with me and patient, even though I sometimes don't update or put out a lot of content here on this channel. Very happy to see a lot of names I know from all the streams we had in the past. Glad you people found your way back here and were still willing to watch here my content. Much, much appreciated. Thank you for that. Also to all the other people of the German channel for sticking with English, and some people even wrote in English even though they would be allowed to write in German and so on. So thank you for that. Also on the English Twitch channel and so on. Links for all of this is in the description. Thank you again for watching. See you people next time. Goodbye.